वो कैमरा दे कर घुमाने की जरूरत है।
Take off.
लिंक वही है शुरुआत दिया था
एक्चुअली क्या टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग
लिंक जगह
पेपर
बोल रहा
पिछले 55 वर्षों में बदलते भारत को देखा और इस बदलाव में अपना यथोचित योगदान भी दिया है। एक सशक्त और समृद्ध भारत के निर्माण ICSI का योगदान सराहनीय है। इस संस्था के अपने आदर्श बात के सच पर के अनुकूल कार्य करके न केवल कुशलता और दक्षता का परिचय दिया बल्कि उत्कृष्टता के नए आयाम और मानव की स्थापित किए। एक ऐसा संस्थान जिसका विजन एक ग्लोबल लीडर इन प्रमोटिंग गुड कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस हो, उससे जुड़े हर व्यक्ति को इस बात को सार्थक करना होगा।
इस पे भी चल रहा है
और भी जो आपकी गहरी इच्छा है, जैसे आपकी इच्छा है, जैसे आपकी आकांक्षा है, जैसे आकांक्षा जैसा आपका कर्म, जैसा आपका कर्म है वैसा ही आपका भाग्य है। आपकी इच्छा शक्ति और आपके कार्य पर भारत के कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस का भविष्य निर्भर है। आप भारत को गुड कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस के साथ साथ गुड गवर्नेंस का रोल मॉडल भी बना सकते हैं। और आपके कार्य ऐसे होने चाहिए जो भारत के को विश्व स्तर पर स्थापित कर सके। ICSI ने का कार्य न केवल देश में ऐसे प्रोफेशनल्स का निर्माण करना है जो कॉर्पोरेट कार्य और कानून में सक्षम बल्कि ऐसे बोर्ड समाज और संस्कृति का निर्माण करना है जहाँ सुशासन सत्कर्मनिष्ठ और अनुशासनशील शब्द या प्रोफेशनल्स के तौर पर आपके
चल रहे हैं। ये भी लिंक दे रहा हूँ लैपटॉप पे चल रहा है इसको
ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के साथ आप जुड़े और आने वाली पीढ़ी की आवश्यकताओं से समझौता किए
एक लिंक मैंने दिया है
वर्तमान पीढ़ी की आवश्यकताओं को पूरा करें और सस्टेनेबल तथा समावेशी रूप से अपने कार्यों को पूरा करें। कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस के सजग प्रहरी के तौर पर आपको ये ध्यान रखना है व्यापार में सुगमता बढ़ाने के लिए किए जाने वाले कानून प्रावधान का दुरुपयोग न हो। मैं ICSI को बधाई देती हूँ।
कौन से पे लाइव कर दिया
जरूरत के अनुसार आपने किया
लाइव वेबिनार CSR नेशनल सस्टेनेबिलिटी
जो हमारे देश
अमन अपने वेबसाइट अपना सोशल मीडिया वाला
इनिशिएटिव उठाया है। इस पहल के अंतर्गत MSMEs में गुड गवर्नेंस को बढ़ावा देने
ये बोल रहा है किसका सिस्टम है उसने चेंज कर दिया
कम्बल चेंज भी चल
सुबह में जो करा था वो अलग था
बाद में हुआ
जिसका ये वो मानव गरिमा के साथ
वर्कमेल किसने लिखा
किया है मैंने तो वो लिखा था ना जो बता रहे नेशनल नेशनल।
The evolution of modern practices has transformed the
मैं नहीं गया
governance and its
उसको
framework.
चेंज करना
आप कर दीजिए।
To navigate this paradigm shift and promote sustainable development, the Institute of Company Secretaries of India is organizing its 4th International Conference on 3rd, 4th, and September 5th, 2025 in Sydney, Australia. The conference will focus on a theme embracing innovation, enhancing productivities. Join in for 3 days of insightful learning, networking, and resource enhancement. For more details, log on to www.icsi.edu.
हाँ अब ऑस्ट्रेलिया की वीडियो चल ठीक है रोक ठीक है चेंज करो अपना सोशल मीडिया वाला ये लिंक चेंज करा लिंक आपने चेंज करा किसने करा
लिंक तो वही है पुराना, इनका तो वही है पुराना, इनका तो
पुराने
पुराना।
वाले लिंक पे नहीं चल रहा नया वाला लिंक इस पे चल रहा है पुराना वाला लिंक 20,000 लोगों को गया
चल मैंने तो इस पर टाइम चेंज किया अभी।
चेंज करने से लिंक चेंज होगा ना
नहीं हो
हुआ है
नहीं हो सकता फिर।
पुराना लिंक और अभी वाला लिंक बहुत सेम लिंक है
ये तो मेरा वाला, ये तो चल ही नहीं रही। ये तो बहुत सुबह किया था ये तो।
मेरा वाला मतलब जिसमें वेबकास्टिंग जा रही है
हाँ मेरे चैनल पे करवाई थी मैंने। ये 2:30 तो वेटिंग ये भी खत्म हो गया, दूसरा आएगा वहाँ से।
तो दोनों लिंक चेंज हुआ बताएगा कौन सबको मेल गया हुआ है दूसरे लिंक पर
अब तो टाइम दिया तो टाइम तो एक्सपायर हो गया ना उस पर।
भाई ऐसे नहीं चलता ये चीज हाँ हेलो फिलर तो बाद में वेबकास्टिंग 0 है वेबकास्टिंग गलत लिंक से जाता है वेबकास्टिंग 0 है वो क्या लोगों ने चेंज कर दिया है लिंक दोनों लिंक भेजो नहीं आपको कॉमन वेबकास्टिंग के लिंक चेंज कर दिए जो आपने उसको दिया उसको नहीं चल रहा है
वेबकास्ट का लिंक चेंज कीजिएगा।
सर टाइम एक्सपायर हो गया तो उसको जैसे लिंक चेंज हो गया।
कितना टाइम
सुबह किया था अपन ने एक 11 बजे का आसपास डाला था वो वाला तो जैसे, और इसका डाला था 2 बजे डाला था।
तो आप मुझे दे दो ना, लिंक दो मेरे पास। जैसे लिंक दिखा मेरे
नया
को
लिंक
देना।
लेकर उधर जाके उसको दो जाके जल्दी से ये बहुत लोग वेट कर रहे हैं
लिंक दो आप मेरे को। आप जब भी लिंक चेंज करो मुझे तो दे दो।
अब नहीं होगी चेंज, अभी एक बार सेट हो
वो दोनों
गया।
मेरे को लिंक दो दोनों। कौन से दूसरे वाले का तो नहीं होगा?
वेबकास्टिंग वाला दो
दूसरे वाले का
दोनों का चेंज कर दिया है भाई
दोनों का हो गया।
वो पेड डेलीगेट है वो वेट कर रहे हैं 2,000 2,500
अब मेरे को तो बताओगे कम से कम।
किसी को नहीं बताया आराम से बताओ
वही तो कह रहा हूँ, तुमने जो भी हो रहा है आप मेरे को तुरंत दो, अपडेट करो आप। मेरे को अपडेट करोगे मैं इधर कर दूंगा तुरंत।
वहाँ राकेश है राकेश को तुरंत बल्क मिल जाए
पहले वाला ये कौन सा लिंक दे दो? पहले वाला अपना वाला?
ये लो, ये देखो, ये मैंने,
कौन सा है?
ये मेरे पास है सर, देखो आप चेक करो, तो मेरे पास फोटो है, एक टेस्ट में देखिए आप, देखो
भाई कम्युनिकेशन वाली चीज़
ये देखो आप, ये देखो
आप मेरे को ये बताओ, ये कौन सा वाला लिंक है? इनके वाले जो आज बनाए हैं कि आपके आपका लुक
ये सर्वर इनका ही है,
अपने वाला दो ना,
अपने दो।
सोशल मीडिया हो गया
अपने वाला दो जो आपने मेरे को, जो आपका लोकल है अपना।
चलो ठीक है ठीक है
कल तक होना
फ्री वाली चीज़ें होती
OTP लिख दिया था ना वो वाला।
अपने अपने ठीक बाकी ये वेबकास्टिंग का कुछ करा वेबकास्टिंग वालों को मिल जाएगा जल्दी जाओ करवा वेबकास्टिंग कोई प्रॉब्लम
ये वाला कौन सा?
ये अपना जो लोकल था वो
जो लिंक दिया था उसका चेंज कर दिया दूसरा लिंक जाएगा तो वेबकास्टिंग वालों को मिल जाएगा मुझे वाला नहीं देना, जो हमारा वाला है वो नहीं देना। जो पेड डेलीगेट है जो लॉग इन करके आ रहे हैं ना उनको वो देना। ठीक है चलो। नहीं
मेरी तरफ से नहीं आ रहा सर, आप देख आ रहा है, आप देखिए सर। सर आप देखिए, मैं तो क्या कर सकता हूँ, मुझे बता दीजिए क्या इशू है।
बाकी सारा सेम रहेगा। हाँ, मतलब ऐसे वो आएंगे ना सनी,
वहाँ से जो बोलेंगे
जैसे ही आएंगे फिर हम यहाँ पे टाइम उसके बाद सारा सेम।
लोगों को डिस्टर्ब तो नहीं करेगा क्या?
नहीं ज़्यादा ऊपर है सर।
नहीं अपने अपने आप इधर ही रहना है ना, कुछ भी मिस मत करना।
लाइव मैनेज कर लेगा, लाइव मैनेज कर लेगा। हाँ जी बताइए, इसका ही पावर लगा दो, अरे रुको तरीके से सतीश सतीश नंबर का ये हो जाओ अगर इसके पास में आपके पास बोलना मांगे तो रिकॉर्डिंग और जहाँ जहाँ दिखाना लाइव उसमें देखा था बोल कर जो कुछ प्रोग्राम बताया। चलो
call from Ashok Galwada on Sim.
वो लगाया नहीं है उन्होंने नहीं आप करो अनेकर बंद लगा के भेजेंगे
वहाँ दिखाओगे या इसी में दिखाना है?
देखिए क्या दिख रहा है
सर
वही बनेगा जो
लॉगिन हो रहा है चलिए
Hello. Requesting all delegates to kindly come inside. We are about to begin our program in a couple of minutes.
वो लगा दो सेंटर में सेट कर, सेंटर में सेट कर दो एक बार, इसमें से हिलना नहीं चाहिए, ठीक है, लगानी पड़ेगी बस।
Requesting all delegates to kindly come inside. We're about to start our program in a couple of minutes, please.
हिलाना मत इसको, ये पकड़ लो, वाले बनना बस ये
लाइव किससे दे रहे हो? वेबकास्टिंग में कौन से कैमरे से जाना है? और दूसरा इससे जा रहा है,
उनसे भी ज़्यादा होगा।
The evolution of modern practices has transformed the governance methods and its framework. To navigate this paradigm shift and promote sustainable development, the Institute of Company Secretaries of India is organizing its 4th International Conference on 3rd, 4th, and September 5th, 2025 in Sydney, Australia. Hosted by ICSI Overseas Centre Australia Incorporated. The conference will focus on the theme embracing innovation, enhancing good governance. Join in for 3 days of insightful learning, networking and resource enhancement. For more details, log on to www.icsi.edu.
चार्ज लगा दिए बैटरी।
ईमानदारी को, पारदर्शिता को इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज करने में आपके संस्थान की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस फ्रेमवर्क के निर्धारण के समय आईसीएसआई रिकमेंडेशंस की काफी सकारात्मक भूमिका रही थी। अब समय की मांग है कि आप एक नया बिजनेस कल्चर पैदा करने में भी सक्रिय भूमिका निभाएं। जीएसटी लागू होने के बाद इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स के दायरे में 19 लाख नए नागरिक आए। छोटा व्यापारी हो या बड़ा, जीएसटी में समाहित ईमानदार व्यवस्था को अपनाएं। इसके लिए व्यापारी वर्ग को प्रेरित करते रहना, ये मेरी आप सबसे अपेक्षा है। आपके संस्थान में लाखों छात्र जुड़े हुए हैं और सब कोई आखिरी तक पहुंचते नहीं है। उनके लिए भी तो काम ढूंढना चाहिए ना। जो बीच में लटक जाते हैं उनके लिए मैं काम ले आया। कम से कम 1 लाख नौजवानों को जीएसटी से जुड़ी छोटी छोटी जानकारियों की ट्रेनिंग दी। हफ्ते 10 दिन की ट्रेनिंग के बाद ये छात्र अपने अपने इलाकों में छोटे छोटे दुकानों को मदद कर सकते हैं। उन्हें जीएसटी निर्भर से जोड़ने में काम कर सकते हैं, रिटर्न फाइल करने में काम कर सकते हैं, मदद कर सकते हैं। उनका एक नया रोजगार का क्षेत्र खुल सकता है। और बहुत आसानी से उनकी कमाई अपने इलाके में शुरू हो जाएगी। और अगर ऑर्गेनाइज वे में इस काम को आप उठाते हैं, आप देखिए शायद 1 लाख भी कम पड़ जाएंगे। 2022 में उस आजादी के 75 साल हो रहे हैं। हर हिंदुस्तानी के लिए 2022 ऐसा ही सपना होना चाहिए कि 1942 में क्विट इंडिया मूवमेंट के समय देशवासियों के अंदर एक जार आया था कि अब तो अंग्रेजों को निकाल के रहेंगे। हम भी 2022 75 साल के लिए ऐसे कुछ सपनों को लेकर के चले। क्या आपका संस्थान, अगर मैं उनसे कुछ वादा चाहूं, मैं नहीं चाहता हूं आज मुझे हाँ कर दीजिए, लेकिन आप सोचिए, क्या आप 2022 तक कुछ संकल्प ले सकते हैं क्या? उन वादों में आपके संकल्प होंगे और उन संकल्पों को आप ही को सिद्ध करना होगा। क्या आप 2022 तक देश को एक हाई टैक्स कंप्लायंट सोसाइटी बनाने का बीड़ा उठा सकते हैं? क्या आप सुनिश्चित कर सकते हैं कि 2022 तक देश में एक भी सेल कंपनी नहीं रहेगी? क्या आप सुनिश्चित कर सकते हैं कि 2022 तक देश में हर कंपनी ईमानदारी से टैक्स भरेगी? क्या आप अपनी मदद का दायरा बढ़ाकर 2022 तक देश में एक ईमानदार बिजनेस कल्चर स्थापित कर सकते हैं? इन लक्ष्यों को प्राप्ति के लिए अलग कुछ दिशा निर्देश तय करेगा और उन्हें अपनी कार्य संस्कृति में भी शामिल करेगा। मैं आपको इस गोल्डन जुबली ईयर के लिए अनेक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं।
BoardPack is a secure online platform that digitizes the entire board management process, from company secretary preparation to board meetings, conducting the meeting, and collaborating on board papers. Whether you're in office, at home, or on the go, BoardPack provides centralized access to all your board materials. Be a part of the award-winning board meeting automation solution that caters to Fortune 500 and Forbes 2000 clientele globally.
सबसे पहले एक बात आईसीएसआई के लिए कहना चाहता हूं कि आज भारत का ग्रोथ जहां पर पहुंचा है उसमें कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। क्योंकि किसी भी देश का विकास एक मजबूत कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के बगैर हो ही नहीं सकता। कोई निवेश तभी करता है जब व्यवस्था पर भरोसा होता है। कोई निवेश तभी करता है जब व्यवस्था की पारदर्शिता पर भरोसा होता है। और कोई निवेश तभी करता है जब गवर्नेंस की खराई पर, गवर्नेंस की प्रॉम्प्टनेस पर भरोसा होता है। और ये तीनों काम देश के कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज ने आज तक बहुत अच्छे से। जब आगे बढ़ना है तब कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस के अंदर समय के साथ साथ जो बदलाव हुए हैं वो बदलाव का सूक्ष्म अध्ययन कर वो बदलाव को अपने काम का हिस्सा बनाकर, स्वभाव बनाकर और बदलाव को अपनी स्ट्रेंथ में परिवर्तित कर आगे बढ़ने की हमने एक योजना बनानी पड़ेगी। और मैं मानता हूं कि आईसीएसआई से ज्यादा इस काम कोई अच्छे से कर नहीं सकता। वो आप लोगों के भरोसे पूरा देश आगे बढ़ेगा। कॉर्पोरेट कल्चर कैसा होगा उसका सेव करने वाले जो लोग होते हैं उसमें आपकी जिम्मेदारी है कि हमारे देश के कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस को और कॉर्पोरेट कल्चर को आने वाली चुनौतियां और आने वाले मौके दोनों के लिए हम तैयार करें और देश के विकास के अंदर कंट्रीब्यूट करें। जिस प्रकार से डॉक्टर की जॉब नहीं होती है, वो पेशेंट के स्वास्थ्य की चिंता करती है, इसी तरह से कंपनी सेक्रेटरी कंपनी के स्वास्थ्य की चिंता करने के लिए होता है। आप लोगों के हाथ में कंपनी का स्वास्थ्य होता है, आपने बैलेंस बनाना है। एक और बोर्ड की बोनाफाइड मिस्टेक को कानूनी रास्ता भी दिखाना है, दूसरी ओर इन्वेस्टर और शेयर होल्डर के हित को भी ध्यान में रखना है, उसको प्रोटेक्ट करना है, तीसरी ओर सरकार के सभी कॉम्प्लायंसेस के लिए भी बोर्ड के अंदर जागरूकता लानी। ये तीनों काम अगर आप बैलेंस से करते हो तो वही कंपनी की स्वास्थ्य, कंपनी की हेल्थ अच्छी रहेगी। 2015, 17, 19 और 20 इसमें एक्ट में बहुत सारे बदलाव करेंगे और पिनल प्रोविजन को बहुत कम कर दिया गया है। 81 जगह पे पिनल प्रोविजन को हटाकर पेनल्टी को डाल दिया गया है। और इसके साथ साथ जो व्यवस्था की है, इन हाउस मैकेनिज्म स्थापित करने की व्यवस्था को भी कानूनी स्वरूप दिया गया है। जब इन हाउस मैकेनिज्म स्थापित करने आपकी जिम्मेदारी वहां से शुरू होती है, इसलिए आपको जागरूकता कहना चाहता हूं। कॉर्पोरेट के मार्गदर्शन हो, सेक्रेटरिएट मानक हो, ऑडिटिंग हो, हर चीज को बारीकी से आपको देखना है। आईसीएसआई ने भी एक ट्रेडिशनल प्रोफेशनल एसोसिएशन की तरह चलने की जगह इस बदलाव को संस्थागत करने के लिए, इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज करने के लिए आपके काम में भी नए डायमेंशन आपने सोचे। आईसीएसआई का जो पास्ट रिकॉर्ड है वो रिकॉर्ड बहुत अच्छा है और आने वाले समय में भी देश के अर्थतंत्र को गति देने में आईसीएसआई का कंट्रीब्यूशन, देश की कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज का कंट्रीब्यूशन इतना ही रहेगा, बल्कि और स्पष्ट दिशा वाला होगा, इसका मुझे भरोसा है।
to the ICSI National Sustainability Conference 2025 here in the beautiful city of Lakes, Udaipur, a city that reflects both heritage and harmony, much like the spirit of this conference. This conference marks a significant milestone in the ICSI's journey toward responsible growth, and we have all gathered here today to reflect on our role as stakeholders in the future of our planet. The theme of the conference, Fostering Sustainability Towards a Resilient Future, has been carefully crafted to remind us that sustainability and resilience are built through every conscious decision that we make, both professionally and personally.
As custodians of good governance, we, company secretaries, must take center stage in driving organizations towards a responsible and regenerative future. Understanding this accountability, the ICSI has organized this conference to elevate our thoughts and strengthen our collective resolve to build enduring frameworks and systems that are sustainable. Over the next 2 days, we will delve into a series of impactful sessions that will help build awareness and actionable insights into ESG practices and ignite new thinking around the key drivers of sustainable growth.
I request all our dignitaries to kindly come forward and invoke the divine and illuminate the conference with the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. Please. Thank you, esteemed dignitaries. May this light guide us through insightful and collective awakening. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request you all to kindly rise and extend a warm welcome to our chief guest, Dr. Prem Chand Bhairwa, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Rajasthan, and our special guest, Professor Dr. Gaurav Vallabh, Member, Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister, as they grace the dais, escorted by C.S. Dhananjay Shukla, President, the ICSI, C.S. Pawan Chandak, Vice President of the ICSI. Also joining us on the dais is C.S. Manish Gupta, Program Director, Council Member, and former President of the ICSI, C.S. Ashish Mohan, Secretary, the ICSI, and further joining us on the dais are C.S. Himanshu Harula, Chairman, NIRC of the ICSI, and C.S. Surya Prakash Mode, Chairman, Udaipur Chapter of the ICSI. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Let us now begin this remarkable journey with the ICSI motto song, a musical invocation of the values that guide our profession. Request you all to kindly please rise for the same.
हम संसार को कोई लक्ष्य नामुमकिन नहीं बस गीतिए गाते हुए सत्यम वद धर्मम चर सत्यम वद धर्मम चर सत्यम वद धर्मम चर कदमों की हर गूंज में बस जीत का एहसास हो राष्ट्रपति की पद पे हो और आप बल की आस हो जब भी चले इस भाव से खुलेंगे रास्ते आवाज हमने दिल से दी है ये गाते हुए सत्यम वद धर्मम चर सत्यम वद धर्मम चर सत्यम वद हर उन्नति के रंग में हर भारतीय और अपना साथ हो जाना शिखर तक है हमें सच्ची लड़ाई थाम कर हम जीत के सुलझेंगे ये गाते हुए सत्यम वद धर्मम चर सत्यम वद धर्मम चर सत्यम वद धर्मम चर
As a gesture of respect and our shared commitment to sustainability, we now proceed to present a token of appreciation in the form of a green planter and shawl to our esteemed guests. May I request CSI to kindly present the planter and shawl to our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Premchand Berwa, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Rajasthan.
May I now request CS Pavanji Chandak, Vice President of the ICSI, to kindly present the planter and shawl to our special guest, Professor Dr. Gaurav Vallabh, Member Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister.
To formally introduce our esteemed dignitaries gracing the dais this afternoon, I now invite CS Himanshu Harbola, Chairman of NIRC of ICSI, to do the honors.
National Security Conference at Udaipur, Rajasthan. A warm welcome for everyone. Jordar taaliyan. Respected Chief Guest, Dr. Premchand Berwa sir, Deputy Chief Minister, Rajasthan. Special Guest, Professor Gaurav Vallabh ji, Member of Economic Advisory Council, Prime Minister. CS Dhananjay Shukla ji, President of the ICSI. CS Pavanji Chandak ji, Vice President ICSI. Ashish Mohan, Secretary, the ICSI. CS Manish Gupta ji, Program Director and Central Council Member. CS Surya Prakash Maut ji, Chairman of Udaipur Chapter. Other esteemed persons on the dais, distinguished speakers, dear member, students, and all the participants. A very good afternoon and a warm welcome to each one of you to the first ever National Society Conference in Udaipur, Rajasthan. So another big round of applause for the all. It's my honor and privilege to read the profile of our chief guest, Shri Premchand Berwa ji, who is a distinguished Indian politician from Rajasthan, serving as the Deputy Chief Minister. He has a rich background in political activism and a strong public foundation. Berwa's career is marked by his dedication to public service and his role as a significant leader in the BJP. His journey from local governance to Deputy Chief Ministership, leadership and commitment to social upliftment. Shri Premchand Berwa ji is a current MLA from Dudu SC. He belongs to Bharatiya Janata Party. Shri Bairwa, political journey begins with his involvement in Akhil Bharatiya Vidyarthi Parishad ABVP, indicating an early commitment to political activism leadership. He marked his initial political success as Zilla Parishad member from Ward of 15 of Dudu, showcasing his ability to connect with local communities, addressing their concerns. Shri Bairwa held significant positions with BJP, including District President of SC Morcha in Jaipur Rural and General Secretary in Dudu BJP Mandal, underscoring his leadership within party and his community. His electoral journey includes victories and setbacks, highlighting the competitive nature of politics. He was elected as a BJP MLA from Dudu constituency in 2013, defeating the Congress candidate with a significant margin. However, in 2018, he faced a small defeat and made a strong comeback in 2023, winning against Congress candidate with a notable margin of 35,723 votes. In 2023, Mr. Bairwa political career reached a new height as he was appointed Deputy CM of the Rajasthan, a testament to his dedication service to politics. I request everyone in the hall a big round of applause for our chief guest, Shri Premchand Bairwa sir. Now it's my honor to read the profile of, although these men need no introduction, but it's my honor to read the profile of guest of honor, Shri Gaurav Vallabhji. Professor Gaurav Vallabh sir is a seasoned academician, financial expert, public policy contributor with over 25 years experience spanning teaching, research, consulting, institution building, a certified financial risk manager from USA, is a fellow of the Lok Sabha, a chartered accountant, and a company secretary by profession. Holds a PG degree, LLB degree, MCom at XLRI. He has been served as Director Academic Institute of Repute. He has held several key roles in public sector on the board of many listed companies, a visitor nominee at Banaras Hindu University, and a board member of Indian Institute of Forest Management. Bhopal served as a member of Niti Aayog, Transforming Indian Global Market Task Force. He was nominated as a domain expert in task forces MOU by Department of Public Enterprises and served on Expert Appraisal Committee of Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Foreign and Climate Change, Government of India. Additionally, he contributed as member of Editorial and Expert Advisory Board of ICSI and ICAI. He served as an advisor to the government of Rajasthan 2005-2008 as Land Revenue Administration and Land Reforms. Professor Vallabh sir 2008 as Land Revenue Administration and Land Reforms. Professor Vallabh sir has authored 2 books, published over 50 research papers in peer-reviewed journals. He has also presented papers, chaired sessions at numerous national and international conferences. He was awarded the Best Young Researcher Award 2004. He is a frequent speaker at various forums, organized by various government ministers, IIMs, RBI, ICI. Beyond academia, he has been contributing to public sector reforms, SSC improvements, SEZ policy. He has been subject expert on panels for Ministry of Urban Development, State of India and PSC. He brings rare combination of academic depth, industry insight, policy experience, political understanding with a keen interest in financial sector reforms, public finance, inclusive growth. It is both privilege and great honor to stand before you today at this inaugural ceremony successful conference. I heartily invite both our guests of honor, Chief Guest of Honor, sir, for our conference. Our theme for this conference, fostering system development is a resilient future, could not be more timely and more essential. As we face unprecedented environmental, social, and economical challenges, the need for building a resilient future, on that is a sustainable adaptive capability of thriving amidst uncertainty has never been more critical. I wish that this conference serve as a platform for learning, collaboration, innovation, let exchange ideas, share insights, forge partnership that will enable us to build a future that is more sustainable and more resilient. Together, we can ensure that the future we build is one of resilience, adaptability, and sustainable growth. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a gracious introduction of our esteemed dignitaries. To share the vision behind the conference and to elaborate further on the theme, I now invite a leader known for his strategic foresight, CS Manish Gupta, Program Director, Council Member, and former President, the ICSI, to deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, Sonu. Chief guest for the inaugural session, Dr. Premchand Bairwa ji, Deputy Chief Minister of Rajasthan. Our guest of honor, our own member, Professor Dr. Gaurav Vallabh ji, President ICSI Dhananjay Shukla, Vice President ICSI Pavanji Chandak, Secretary ICSI Ashish Mohan, Himanshu Harbola, Surya from Bhilwara, your own, Udaipur chapter, Chairman. And of the dais, we do have with us my Central Council members, former Presidents Ranjit ji and Atul Mehta ji, distinguished speakers who are present here, all the delegates who have joined physically here in this hall, and more than 2,200 members who have joined virtually in this conference. At the outset, I welcome you all to the first ever National Sustainability Conference being organized by ICSI. That truly deserves a big round of applause for the leaders who have thought this idea to organize this conference at a very apt topic, which is fostering sustainability towards a resilient future. You all must be wondering why a new national conference being introduced by the ICSI, right? So there is nothing new in this conference. We used to have it in the name of corporate CS earlier, and now we thought, why to have corporate CS? And because corporate CS is generally being attended by the corporate side people. So we thought fit to change its name to have a National Sustainability Conference, wherein each one of us, being into practice, being into corporate, being into consulting, can come forward and attend the Sustainability Conference, which is a need of the hour. The discussion which are going to take place in these 2 days, I am sure, is going to provide you the rich knowledge, learning experience, as well as the thought which will be shared by the expert faculties, would surely give some input relating to the ESG compliances, the climate changes, the sustainability, which is the need of the hour. When we talk about sustainability, your ICSI is always a leader in it, because we have taken so many new initiatives with respect to the sustainability at ICSI. In 2019, I still remember that we had taken a resolution that there would be no use of single-use plastic at ICSI. We have done away with it. 2020-21, we have done away with presenting any flower bouquets to the dignitaries, because we were of the view that instead of plucking those flowers, let us plant trees. So we have started with those small planters, indoor plants, so to maintain those sustainability. You all must have received your bags, kit bags. There is a slight change in kit bag this time. Questions are going to be the panel discussion. Wherein the expert, be it into practice, be it into corporate, because every company secretary nowadays, be it into practice, be it into corporate, because every company secretary nowadays has to work on ESG field. For the listed companies, there is a requirement for top 1,000 companies to prepare their BRSR report to submit it to the shareholders and to the stock exchanges. Then every time those companies who are looking for the funding, nowadays a new requirement has come up that company played by our company secretary is going to be very crucial. And that is the whole idea about changing it from corporate CS to a sustainability conference, because we need to build capacity, we need to showcase our strength, we need to work in the field of ESG. With that note, I welcome you first ever National Sustainability Conference, which is being organized at Udaipur. You must be wondering why at Udaipur also, because we had a choice to do it at Delhi, Gurgaon, because there are many corporates. But we need to have to start work from the grassroots only. And that was the only reason we thought, why not to move to any of those cities which are famous for their culture, famous for the tourism, and let's have that conference at Udaipur. So a big round of applause for our leadership, which has decided about the Udaipur and the Sustainability Conference. Once again, I welcome you all and wishing you a comfortable stay at Udaipur for next 2 days. There are many things to roam around and see in Udaipur. So I am sure you are going to have a learning experience, fun experience, as well as the tourist experience at Udaipur. Thank you very much for your participation in the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for so meaningfully articulating the vision and theme of this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite a dynamic leader whose commitment continues to strengthen the Institute's journey, CS Pavanji Chandak, Vice President ICSI, to kindly address the gathering.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I was just checking whether we are sustainable in this session or not. Dignitaries on the dais, Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Premchand Bauraji, Deputy Chief Minister of Rajasthan, special guest CS Professor Dr. Gaurav Vallabhji, Member Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister, CS Dhananjay Shukla ji, our beloved President, CS Manish Gupta ji, the Program Director and the man behind this first ever Sustainability Conference, then CS Ashish Mohan ji, Secretary ICSI, CS Himanshu Harbola ji, Chairperson of NIRC, Mr. CS Surya ji, Chairman Udaipur Chapter, former Presidents Atul Bhai and CS Ranjit Pandey sir, our government nominee Mishra sir, all my council colleagues and former President Narasimhan sir, all my members who are present in person or on online mode. It is an honor to stand here and inaugurate this first ever national conference on sustainability. It is a landmark event dedicated for forging future where our planet thrives and our communities prosper. Friends, our governance reflects the highest standards of integrity and accountability. We are discussing ESG. We know that there are 3 pillars. ESG. Why only sustainability? We are seeing for the ages what our forefathers had seen. Generations to come should also see and experience the same quality of not only the land, not only the food, not only the water, but everything in this environment should be preserved, restored, recreated, and this cycle should go on. And the things like climate change, ice melting, the glaciers are melting, we have seen, let's say, the water bottles also now. Our forefathers have seen the rivers flowing very purely. Our fathers have seen the water in the wells. We are seeing in the bottles. We don't know what next generation will see. So that is why this ESG, not only as a concept, but as a lifestyle we have to inculcate in us. And we as a company secretary have a tremendous role to play because we are the governance professionals. So we are already doing the G part of it. ESG.
Cohesiveness and transformation, cohesiveness and transformation, as he loves to call it, ICT, within and beyond the ICSI. CS Dhananjay Shukla, President of the ICSI, to deliver his presidential address.
आप सभी को नमस्कार। मंच पे आसीन राजस्थान प्रदेश के यशस्वी उप मुख्यमंत्री और है इस कार्यक्रम के प्रोग्राम ICSI। तालियों से प्रोफेसर साहब का सम्मान, अभिनंदन। प्रार्थी भी हूँ इस बात के लिए कि हम लगभग 1 घंटा विलंब से इस कार्यक्रम को शुरू कर पाए। कुछ अपरिहार्य कारणों से हम समय से शुरू कंप्लीट होंगे। बहुत अच्छी चर्चा होगी। ऊर्जा यहाँ पे लगाया है उसका आपको बहुत अच्छा समुचित प्रतिफल मिलेगा, इसलिए चिंता करने की कोई बात नहीं है। मनीष जी वॉज मेंशनिंग अबाउट दैट होल्डिंग दिस कॉन्फ्रेंस एट उदयपुर। तो वैसे एक दूसरा आयाम भी है। मैंने डॉक्टर साहब को जो है निवेदित किया है कि आप ये पक्ष रखेंगे कि उदयपुर सस्टेनेबिलिटी के मामले में क्यों विशेष और ख़ास है। लेकिन मेरे मन सेक्रेटरी साहब तो हमारे मन में आया कि राजस्थान तो रत्न गर्भा है, इतने रत्न हैं राजस्थान में, तो हम 2 रत्नों को भी वहाँ बुलाएं जो हमारे पास मंच पे मौजूद हैं और बाकी जो राजस्थान के रत्न हैं उनकी भी चर्चा करें। तो विशेष तौर पर मैं आज यहाँ पर आकर महाराणा प्रताप, परम आदरणीय परम श्रद्धेय महाराणा प्रताप की धरती पर आकर, ये उदयपुर महाराणा प्रताप की धरती है और वो एक ऐसे शूरवीर थे जिन्होंने मुगलों की नाक में एकदम बिल्कुल चने चबवा दिए उनको। तो ऐसी धरती पर आकर हम सभी को गर्व और अभिमान होना चाहिए कि हमने अपना नेशनल सस्टेनेबिलिटी कॉन्फ्रेंस महाराणा प्रताप जी की धरती पे आयोजित किया है। और राजस्थान विशेष तौर पर अपने पर्यावरणीय संरक्षण के लिए जाना जाता है। आपने अखबारों में पढ़ा होगा, आपने बार बार इसको देखा होगा कि दूर ताल और तालाबों के संरक्षण में, झीलों के संरक्षण में, नदियों के संरक्षण में राजस्थान के लोगों की जो विशेष भूमिका है वह अतुलनीय है। उसकी कल्पना और उसकी तुलना कहीं और से नहीं हो सकती। इसलिए भी उदयपुर खास है। पशुओं के प्रति जो प्रेम है राजस्थान के लोगों में, वह भी अपने आप में अतुलनीय है। तो ऐसे बड़े विशेष कारण रहे जिसके चलते हमने कहा कि जब कॉर्पोरेट पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से हम सस्टेनेबिलिटी, BRSR, ESG की चर्चा करेंगे तो संभवतः उदयपुर से अच्छी कोई भूमि नहीं हो सकती। तो एक बार पुनः परम आदरणीय, परम श्रद्धेय महाराणा प्रताप जी की भूमि पे अपने दोनों माननीय मुख्य अतिथि और अपने विशिष्ट अतिथि का हार्दिक अभिनंदन स्वागत करता हूं। आप सबका भी हार्दिक अभिनंदन स्वागत करता हूं। मनीष जी ने बड़े खूबसूरती से पूरे 2 दिनों के सत्रों के बारे में विस्तार से बताया है। समय की कमी है, मैं उन मुद्दों में नहीं जाना चाहता, बट मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट, शाश्वत विकास, एक ऐसा विकास है जिसमें तात्कालिक परिस्थितियों को ध्यान में रखते हुए आप विकास के पथ पर तो अग्रसर होते हैं, लेकिन आप आसपास अपने पर्यावरण को, सामाजिक मुद्दों को, उस विकास से जो समाज में बदलाव होने वाले हैं उन हितों को भी आप सामने रखते हैं। और साथ में आपके इन सभी प्रयासों से जो सुशासन स्थापित होता है कॉर्पोरेट के अंदर, उसका भी आपको ध्यान रखना है। तो सस्टेनेबिलिटी डेवलपमेंट का ESG एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण आयाम है, लेकिन सस्टेनेबिलिटी अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ा विषय है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी जब हमारे यहाँ आए 2017 में 4 अक्टूबर को, जब वो कह के गए कि आपके एडवाइस से भारत में व्यावसायिक सुशासन का चक्र चलता है, तो ऐसी पंक्तियां हमारे को बड़ी प्रेरित करती हैं। और हमको ऐसा लगता है कि जब भी हम BRSR, ESG, सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात करेंगे तो शायद कंपनी सेक्रेटरी प्रोफेशन से अच्छा कोई प्रोफेशन नहीं है इसको आगे ले जाने के लिए। तो हमारी भूमिका बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। और अगले 2 दिनों में 4 सत्रों में जो चर्चा होने वाली है, मैं समझता हूं कि उससे जो नए आयाम स्थापित होंगे हमारे को प्रोफेशनल के रूप में कंपनी के अंदर, एज ए प्रैक्टिसिंग कंपनी सेक्रेटरी, एज ए कंसल्टेंट, हमारे को नई राह दिखाएंगे। ICSI क्या कर रहा है ESG के बॉर्डर पे, थोड़ी सी चर्चा मनीष जी ने भी करी और पवन जी चांडक जी ने करी। सबसे पहले तो in 2023 we established a ESG and Sustainability Board, which is being chaired by our former President C.S. Ranjit Pandey ji. And during last 2 years, this board has done the tremendous good work for taking forward the ESG framework of the ICSI to the next level. हमने BRSR पे एक जो है नई बुक भी निकाली है, गाइडेंस नोट, जो हमारे प्रोफेशनल को काफी गाइड कर रही है। इसके अलावा वेरी रिसेंटली वी हैव एंटर्ड इनटू वन मेमोरेंडम ऑफ अंडरस्टैंडिंग विद दिल्ली टेक्नोलॉजिकल यूनिवर्सिटी, और हमने लॉन्च किया है उनका DTU, उन्होंने हमारे साथ मिलकर लॉन्च किया है DTU's M.Tech बाय रिसर्च प्रोग्राम, जो अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा आयाम है। हमारे सामने प्रीति कौशिक बनर्जी और भानु डंडोना जी बैठी, दोनों की इसमें बड़ी विशेष भूमिका रही है। इसके अलावा ICSI कंटिन्यूअसली ESG फ्रेमवर्क को मजबूत करने में अपनी बहुत बड़ी भूमिका निभा रहा है, और आपको रोज एक ESG कैटलिस्ट और ESG कॉर्नर के रूप में आपको एक अपडेट ICSI से मिलता रहा है। आगे क्या करने वाले हैं भी उतना ही महत्वपूर्ण है। सबसे बड़ी बात, ESG रिपोर्टिंग फॉर MSME हम कुछ कर सकते हैं क्या, क्योंकि MSME फ्रेमवर्क की देश के विकास में एक बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। दूसरा कि क्या आप अपने प्रोफेशनल के लिए ESG पे डेडिकेटेड कोई बहुत ही इंट्रिकेट कोई कोर्स चला सकते हैं क्या। ऑलरेडी हमारे पास PMQ में एक फ्रेमवर्क है, उसके लिए हम नई चीजों के लिए एक प्रयास कर रहे हैं। कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग कोर्स अभी हमने लॉन्च किया है ESG एंड सस्टेनेबिलिटी पे। यू माइट बी अवेयर दैट वेरी रिसेंटली एट गुवाहाटी PCS कॉन्फ्रेंस वी हैव लॉन्च्ड 30 कोर्सेस in the capacity development framework. Already we are running FEMA, GST and direct tax courses, many more to come. उसमें से एक ESG भी है। इसके अलावा जो है डिफरेंट चैप्टर्स में, डिफरेंट रीजनल काउंसिल में ESG पे लगातार हम चर्चा करने वाले हैं। तो आने वाले समय में जो ICSI का प्रयास है, वही प्रयास ये है कि ESG स्टीवर्डशिप कोड climate change should be evolving as one of the very dominant core professional area for the profession of company secretary, और इस पे हम लगातार और निरंतर प्रयास करते रहेंगे। आज समय की कमी है तो ICSI के विभिन्न मुद्दों पे मैं चर्चा नहीं करूंगा, क्योंकि माननीय विशिष्ट अतिथि जी को भी जो है अपना संबोधन देना है और माननीय उप मुख्यमंत्री जी को एक छोटा सा विषय बड़े छोटे तरीके से छोटे समय के लिए टच बेस करना चाहूँगा कि अभी इनकम टैक्स में सेलेक्ट कमेटी की जो है रिपोर्ट आई है। हम जिस बात के लिए प्रयास कर रहे थे, संभवतः हमारी जो एस्पिरेशन थी और जो सेलेक्ट कमेटी का हमारे को लेके सोचना था, दोनों मैच नहीं कर पाया। लेकिन मैं आपको बताऊं, मेरी काउंसिल ने, मैंने, पूरे ICSI के तंत्र ने, बानू जी बैठी हैं, डायरेक्ट टैक्स वाला सारा काम वो देखती हैं, हमने दिन रात लगाकर 5 महीना सबको ये बताने की, समझाने की हमने प्रयास किया कि वी आर अडेप्ट, वी आर स्किलफुल, हमारा ट्रेनिंग, हमारा कोर्स कैरिकुलम इतना इफेक्टिव है कि वी आर कैपेबल ऑफ डूइंग द टैक्स ऑडिट। हमको आज के डेट में वो नहीं मिल पाया, लेकिन मैं और मेरी काउंसिल हार मानने वालों से नहीं है। आने वाले समय में लगातार निरंतर एक डेमोक्रेटिक तरीके से, जो एक प्रोफेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन को जैसे करना चाहिए उस तरीके से लगातार हम रेगुलेटर्स को, पॉलिसी मेकर्स को एंगेज करेंगे, अपनी बात पहुंचाएंगे। और इसके अलावा और भी जो फ्रेमवर्क होगा जिसमें हमारे को काम करने की आवश्यकता है, बीट ESG, बीट MSME, बीट एनी अपकमिंग एरियाज फॉर द ग्रोथ ऑफ द प्रोफेशन, वहां पे ICSI बहुत ही तत्परता और बहुत प्रतिबद्धता के साथ अपना काम करता रहेगा। मैं समझता हूं कि आने वाले 2 दिनों का जो नेशनल सस्टेनेबिलिटी कॉन्फ्रेंस का जो सत्र है बहुत ही फ्रूटफुल रहने वाला है। आपके नॉलेज को इन 2 दिनों के सत्रों के बाद एक मुकाम मिले, और जब यहाँ से आप जाएं तो आप बहुत ही मीठी यादों के साथ जाएं। इन्हीं बातों के साथ विशिंग यू ऑल a pleasant stay for 2 days and a very happy National Sustainability Conference. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your visionary address and for laying out a clear roadmap towards integrating sustainability into our professional ethos. Marching forward, we now proceed to the unveiling of some key publications that exemplify the Institute's continuous contribution to knowledge, governance, and excellence. I request all the esteemed dignitaries on the dais to join us for this special moment, and I also request CS Surya Prakash Mode, Chairman Udaipur Chapter of ICSI, to kindly facilitate the unveiling of publications at the hands of our esteemed guest. The first release today is the souvenir of the ICSI National Sustainability Conference. The National Sustainability Conference is an attempt to bring the concept of sustainability at the forefront by providing a dedicated professional forum for deliberations on the various aspects of ESG and sustainability. To commemorate the same, the ICSI is releasing an e-souvenir containing program details and thematic articles. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Our second release in line is the ICSI publication Decoding ESG, FAQs on ESG and Sustainability. This publication aims to provide a concise and easy-to-understand practical guide on various concepts in this emerging domain for ready reference of all the stakeholders. It is designed to serve as a concise and clear guide that simplifies key ESG concepts and offers straightforward answers to frequently asked questions. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, the ICSI publication Decoding ESG, FAQs on ESG and Sustainability.
The next release is the flyer of ICSI board mentorship programs to build hands-on industry-relevant competencies of directors, including independent directors, key managerial personnel, and senior managerial personnel. The Institute of Governance Professionals of the flagship board mentorship program, specially curated to meet the unique governance and leadership development needs of individual corporate entities. The customized version of the program is designed to respond to specific requests from corporates seeking customized board mentorship programs for their existing and aspiring board members and senior management.
And finally, ladies and gentlemen, we are unveiling the flyer of the ICSI National Convention of Company Secretaries. Let's have the AV, please. The ICSI is delighted to announce the much-awaited mega event, the 53rd National Convention of Company Secretaries, to be held from 31st October to 2nd November 2025 at Hotel Grand Hyatt, Kochi, Bolagatti, in the scenic coastal city of Kochi, Kerala, on the theme Progressive, Inclusive and Sustainable Bharat. This year's theme reflects a forward-looking vision for India, emphasizing growth that embraces inclusion and sustainability, perfectly aligned with the evolving role of company secretaries in nation building. The registration for this flagship event opens today. All are requested to mark your calendars and register for this mega event.
God's own country waits to
Thank you, everyone.
Queen of Arabian Sea, Kochi. For the 53rd National Convention of Company Secretaries. Scheduled from October 31st to November 2nd, 2025. On the theme, Progressive, Inclusive and Sustainable Bharat. Organized by the Institute of Company Secretaries of India. This annual congregation will explore insights on sustainability, risk management, ethics, and compliance. Highlight the key role of company secretaries in fostering governance excellence. Join thought leaders, industry pioneers, and governance professionals as they redefine India's growth trajectory. For more details, log on to www.icsi.edu.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to invite a distinguished economist, an influential academic voice, and a respected thought leader whose contributions continue to shape India's policy and public discourse. Please give a huge round of applause as we invite Professor Dr. Gaurav Vallabh, Member Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister, to share his thoughts with us.
Khammagani. Good afternoon. I am given 15 minutes. We'll try to complete it in 15 minutes. The mode of deliberation will be both in Hindi and English. Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Government of Rajasthan, and a very thoughtful leader in our state, Dr. Berwa, my good friend who had convinced me to come here and share my thoughts, the President of the Institute, C.S. Shukla, Vice President of the Institute, C.S. Chandak, Chairman of the NIRC, C.S. Himanshu Harbola ji, the person who designed this entire conference, C.S. Manish Gupta ji, who is also the Central Council member of the Institute, the Secretary of the Institute, C.S. Ashish Mohan ji, the Chairman of the C.S. Institute from my own city, the young, dynamic C.S. Surya Prakash, the ex-presidents, the council members, the esteemed corporate secretaries who are listening to me physically and virtually, professionals, friends committed for professional governance of the companies, my friends from media, from Udaipur city.
अपशिष्ट पुनर्चक्रण और क्षमता निर्माण को बढ़ावा दे रहे हैं ताकि ये सुनिश्चित किया जा सके कि हमारे प्राकृतिक संसाधन भविष्य की पीढ़ियों के लिए संरक्षित है। आज की ये राष्ट्रीय सेमिनार विविध हितधारकों जैसे सरकार, शिक्षा जगत, उद्योग और नागरिक समाज को ज्ञान साझा करने और सामूहिक प्रयासों को बढ़ावा देने के लिए एक साथ लाने की पहल है। मैं सभी प्रतिभागियों से आग्रह करता हूं कि वे सामूहिक प्रयास से स्थायित्व लक्ष्यों की सफलता प्राप्त करने के लिए प्रयास करें। मैं इस संस्थान के सम्मानित सदस्यों से आह्वान करना चाहता हूं कि वे कारपोरेट और औद्योगिक क्षेत्रों में पर्यावरणीय, सामाजिक और शासन सिद्धांतों को, स्थायित्व को आगे बढ़ाने में एक महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाएं। राजस्थान उद्यमियों और नवाचार करने वालों का घर है। शानदार विचारों, नए युग की सोच और असाधारण कौशल वाले लाखों युवा मन स्टार्टअप ड्राइव को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए तैयार है। आई स्टार्ट राजस्थान सरकार की प्रमुख पहल है जिसका उद्देश्य नवाचार को बढ़ावा देना, रोजगार सृजन करना और निवेश की सुविधा प्रदान करना। कंपनी सचिवों को ऐसे उद्यमियों और छोटे व्यवसायों की डेटा संग्रह और रिपोर्टिंग के लिए क्षमता निर्माण में सहायता करनी चाहिए। हरित क्रांति स्टार्टअप का समर्थन करने के लिए राजस्थान को आई स्टार्ट कार्यक्रम का भी लाभ उठाना चाहिए। ये सम्मेलन हमारी साझा दृष्टि का प्रमाण है और मुझे विश्वास है कि यहाँ चर्चा करने के लिए किए गए विचारों और रणनीतियों के क्रियान्वयन विश्वास भी है कि यह जो चर्चा होगी यहाँ से वो अमृत निकलेगा के लिए ही नहीं बल्कि पूरे देश के विकसित भारत के संकल्प को साकार करने में मदद करेगा। इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज ऑफ इंडिया द्वारा उदयपुर जिलों की नगरी में राष्ट्रीय सस्टेनेबिलिटी कॉन्फ्रेंस आयोजन करने के लिए धन्यवाद देते हुए सम्मेलन की उज्जवल भविष्य एवं उज्जवल हरित भविष्य को आकार देने में व्यापक सफलता की कामना करता हूं। आपने मुझे बुलाया, इसके लिए मैं आप लोगों का बहुत बहुत आभारी हूं। जय हिंद, जय भारत, धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking address. राजस्थान की मिट्टी से निकली आपकी बातें हम सब के दिल को छू गई है। आपका मार्गदर्शन हमेशा हमारे लिए मूल्य रहेगा। I now request C.S. Dhananjay Shukla, President ICSI, to kindly present a memento to our chief guest, Dr. Prem Chand Bairwa, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Rajasthan, as a token of gratitude from ICSI.
I now request C.S. Pavanji Chandak, Vice President, the ICSI, to kindly present a memento to our special guest, Professor Dr. Gaurav Vallabh, Member, Economic Advisory Council, to the Prime Minister. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
As we approach the close of this inaugural session, I now invite C.S. Ashish Mohan, Secretary ICSI, who is himself a steward of purposeful leadership, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon. Chief guest of the day, Dr. Prem Chand Bairwa, Deputy Chief Minister of Rajasthan, Professor Dr. Gaurav Vallabh, Member, Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister. The special guest, C.S. Dhananjay Shukla, President ICSI, C.S. Pawan Chandak, Vice President ICSI, C.S. Manish Gupta, former President and Program Director, Shri Ashok Mishra ji, Government nominee to the Council, members of the Council, former Presidents, NIRC Chairman, C.S. Himanshu Arbola, Chairman Udaipur Chapter, C.S. Surya Prakash, members of the Regional Council, Managing Committees of the Chapters, eminent faculties, dignitaries, delegates, proud members, students, Team ICSI. Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honor for me to deliver the vote of thanks at the inaugural session of the National Sustainability Conference 2025 on the theme, Fostering Sustainability Towards a Resilient Future. As we mark the 10th anniversary of the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, the gathering offers a timely opportunity to reflect on our progress, reignite our commitment, and collectively chart the course for the time to come ahead. As you all are aware, India has achieved a historic milestone by entering the top 100 in the UN SDG index for the first time. India has climbed to the 99th place out of 167 countries, scoring 67 points from 109th rank in 2024 and steadily improving over the past years. The Sustainability Development Report 2025 mentions, though, that none of the 17 goals are currently on course to be achieved by 2030. Conflicts, structural vulnerabilities, and limited fiscal space impede the SDG progress in many parts of the world. With only 17% of the global SDG targets on track globally, sustainable work remains especially on food security, environmental protection, biodiversity, and other factors in order for India to build on this achievement and truly lead on sustainable development by 2030. This conference is designed to achieve the clear objectives to accelerate progress on SDGs, promote green economies, and address climate change through innovation and collaboration. While climate change poses a number of risks to vulnerable communities and businesses around the world, many opportunities are unfolding to implement actions towards reducing risk to their business operations, as well as investing in action in vulnerable regions in such. It is indeed, I am very much delighted that the Institute of Company Secretaries of India is in the process of developing principles on climate change governance, and we are working on it with an objective to guide organizations and individuals in mitigating climate change and adapting to its impact. I'm sure that this year we will be releasing it. These principles set the urgent need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, transition to sustainable practices, and build resilience against the escalating effects of climate change, encompassing environmental, social, and economic consideration for a holistic approach to climate action. Ladies and gentlemen, in these 2 days, we'll explore the themes such as stewardship governance, redefining role of professionals in ESG, climate change, and AI integration in ESG. Indeed, again, I'm very happy to share with all of you that as President and all those members in all the dignitaries are sharing, we have worked on a lot of initiatives in the ICSI. The ICSI stewardship principles on responsible investment was the first such initiative which we released last year. It is all about responsible investment, and following it this year, we are working on stakeholders engagement toolkits with regard to engagement with various stakeholders, and further, we are also working on the assurance standards as far as BRSR is concerned. Indeed, these are great initiatives from the ICSI, and I hope all the members of the Institute would take these opportunities and work towards helping the Mother Earth for sustainable development. Proceeding further with my formal duty of delivering the vote of thanks, first and foremost, I extend my heartful gratitude to our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Premchand Behrwaj, Deputy Chief Minister, Rajasthan, sir, for gracing this event with your inspiring presence and enlightening words. Sir, a big thanks to you for giving your time out of a demanding schedule to join us today, for delivering an insightful and inspiring address. So your words have truly resonated with the spirit of the conference and reminded us of the urgency and importance of a collective action for a sustainable and resilient future. We sincerely thank you for encouraging us to think boldly, act responsibly, and work collaboratively towards a sustainable future. Thank you very much, sir. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation and thanks to our special guest, Professor Dr. Gaurav Vallabh, member, Economic Advisory Council to Prime Minister, for taking his time, sir, to join us and sharing your valuable thoughts. Sir, you have touched upon the core strengths and focused on the Indian principles. And thank you, sir, for your time and very thoughtful, provoking guide for understanding our core strength and to structure it for effective, sustainable principles. You have shared us various principles which we have noted down and we are working on. As I mentioned, sir, we are already, you have also mentioned about the opportunities for company secretaries, especially on the
Also, unlike in the same manner as they have financial focus on financial parameters, while they have lot of systems to measure and store financial data, please also put in systems to measure non-financial data coming from BRSR, because unless you measure, you will not be able to monitor it. You cannot monitor anything that can not be measured. Lastly, what we expect from you is please invest into capacity building. Talk to your value chains, capacity building within your organization and in your value chain, because ultimately value chain will get covered because investors want disclosures on value chain. So ultimately, it's inevitable. It will come. Also, the interlinkage between financial and non-financial reporting is also inevitable. It will. So I know it's a journey and it is not without challenges, in particular the fundamental tension, profitability and sustainability. So I would say don't, like it's a trade-off between short-term gains and a long-term survival and resilience. So please work towards it. There is already a push for companies to consider and report on risk and impact that go beyond traditional accounting. We are making good progress. Sustainability is a long-run travel, and it's a collective journey, I would say. We, company, stakeholders, and professionals like you, we have to come together, collaborate in the shift towards more inclusive and sustainable economy. Thank you very much.
Before I invite, just I want to tell you that since I belong to Ahmedabad, Sabarmati Riverfront project was announced as a most 100 innovative project for sustainability in 1999. And since then it is there, and the project has changed the total beautification of the city. You can witness it. Now I request next person, Sujata bin Ali, to give their opening remarks, please.
And all. I think firstly, we are living in a attention deficit economy. So my request to all of you is that, I was given 10 minutes. So just please switch off your mobile phones. I understand it's pretty important, but let's say if you're in a theater, we will not use the mobile phones, right? Because we all listen to the story. So I'm trying to tell some story today in the next 10 minutes. And of course, the agenda is simple. If there are company secretaries in employment, the objective, the theme around the story is that how they can grow in their career. If the people are in career mein aage jana hai, for the practicing members, we need to build more revenue. That's the whole theme, right? But before that, just ESG one-on-one, because there might be some of the audience who would have not had a little bit of a context to it, because ultimately, before we talk about anything, I think that why part is important. Why are we even talking about? As Surabhi ma'am really talked about, they're all pull factors and push factors, right? There are a lot of push factors which is pushing towards ESG. Push factors are the climate change, the regulators are pushing, the investors are pushing, the creditors are pushing. We have never heard a term called ESG diligence. Now, every company, whenever it's getting to transactions, they're doing ESG diligence. So this has become norm. Of course, there are some pull factors, because all Gen X people, they want sustainable products, sustainable services. My son, he keeps talking about, I need an EV and all of that. And my daughter, he's like an energy inspector. She keeps penalties, for all of us. Oh, you're saving, you're not, using a lot of energy. My wife is like a, what should I say? I mean, a very tough tax master on the consumption, because we are all to be blamed of the consumption. So waste management. So I think these are the things are all very important. So that's the push factors as well, because we want to attract capital, we want to attract talent. The new generation folks want to work for a company which is not only good from a financial standpoint, but also from a non-financial parameters as well. So I think the main thing, a lot of people ask, kya change kiya hai? So earlier we were thinking about only shareholder profits. Now the phenomena has changed. It's all about stakeholders. You need to think about all of us. The company's operations, how it is impacting the environment, the society, and how it is governed. That's all about. So, mein aapko malum hai ki environment, whether it's energy, waste management, recycling, or consumption of resources and all that stuff. How the company's operations impacting on it. Calling for the leadership. Who do you think better persons to take that leadership? Who? We all, right? Absolutely. So, I mean, we all know the inflection points, right? वो तो हमने बात कर लिया है. Now, from a standpoint, G governance, we are already there. I think it's absolutely important to, take to the next level of understanding. Having said that, उसके बाद क्या? So, I'm going to talk about a story called 4R. ठीक है? तो कहानी ऐसा शुरू होता है. So, there is a guy called Raman. He's a young company secretary, fresh out of CLDP and all of that stuff. So, he joined a company. Similar listing company and all that stuff. People start involving him in BRSR reporting and all. But that young company secretary, apart from only working on the reporting, he demonstrates contribute on the CSR stuff. He takes initiatives, right? He identifies some of the topics and goes ahead and start working with the various team members as well, right? And there was no ESG team in that company. Right, so when people observe that this banda is not only working on the G side of it and showing interest in various aspects of it, he training bhi kar raha hai and all of that stuff. So there was an opening, which in the same company which came, because the company wants to now go beyond, and they had a ESG program convener. So naturally, this particular company, do kaam ek bande mein ho gaya to bahut fayda hai. So naturally, they will feel, yaar, come and they will add a title. Naturally, his salary will be more. Right, he will be happy, and his career profile also is good. So he is naturally happy that, okay, I'm doing something better. So that's the story of Raman. Now let's come to a story of Rahim. So he's a practicing company secretary with 5 years experience, right? Of course, he's working on the standard areas and all that stuff, but he always feel that, yaar, mujhe kuch extra karna hai, I need to build some new area of practice. One fine day, what happens, one of these clients, he makes a bid to Europe and an IT company, right? And that IT company gives him a big diligence list, which asks, policies hai kya aapke paas, safety policy kya hai, anti-bribery policy kya hai, what is this whole stuff, we don't know, but they're good in the technology and all that stuff. Then the company secretary in practice says that, okay, don't worry, I am going to help you in developing the policies. I am going to help you in competitors to grab it. So when the area is new, it is absolutely important to grab at the earliest. And as we said, we are definitely there. We are competent enough to, grab this opportunity. But for that, we need to really look back and do our strength assessments. What are the areas of improvement which we need? And I think, we need to be the drivers of the change. And ultimately, ESG needs a trusted hand with integrity, insights, and influence.
2.5 घंटे से हम लोग ESG सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात कर रहे हैं. Who can explain first what is sustainability, and second what is sustainable development? Anyone development? Anyone can raise hand. Any raw layman language. Sustainability, and second, sustainable development. Anyone? Yes, sir. बताइए.
Thank you, the panel, and good afternoon, all the audience. So whatever limited I understood in this session so far, sustainability is about, E, S, and G, all three put together, right? And to make the business future safe, like I talk to my kids, they are more, Gen Z generation kids, so they talk about, something which is more future safe, where they can engage with the idea of enterprise in a way that they see the future also sustainable and safe. So from sustainability, I think about environment and of course the acronym, all three elements put together. And when you say about the development is, I think, having a sustainable goals for the sustainability. So this is what, in a limited manner, I understood.
One more answer, and thereafter we will proceed.
Talk about sustainability, it is basically meeting your present needs without sacrificing the needs of the future generations that are yet to come. That is kind of what I would call sustainability, and this can be taken into any perspective, whether it is business, our personal lives. Now we are specifically talking about developing, whether these are our businesses or anything else, but while keeping this first sustainability perspective in mind. That's how I'd like to put it. Thanks.
Thank you so much for a very good response, I must say. And of course, first response was very technical one. And second one, what is sustainable and what is sustainable development? There is a triple bottom concept, PPP, triple P. And when we call it triple P, planet, of course, if planet is there, then definitely people will be there. And if people are there, then only they will be able to enjoy the prosperity. So this sequence is very apt, triple P, and this is called in the sustainability thing, triple bottom approach, and that we need to follow. Having said so, 1987, this definition I find very apt. It says sustainable development is not fixed state of harmony, rather a process of change in which orientation of resources, direction of investment, orientation of the technical development, and institutional changes are made consistent with the present as well as future need. Means all four elements, resources, technological development, investments, institutional changes also, all four should be done in such a manner that it should take care of present need as well as future need. This is what the sustainable development. I'm coming on to this particular session, that redefining role of the professionals. To be very precise, company secretaries. Do you think that we need to redefine our role for the ESG? I feel no. I feel no, because in ESG, who are the constituents of ESG? If you will understand that, you will be thinking that we need to refine our role rather than redefine our role. Because we are already doing the same thing which we are doing from the, say, since beginning, I would say, when our profession has started. What we do compliances, regulatory compliances. BRSR has came. Policies have been developed by the government. There are national priorities. There are 9 principles. There are 17 SDG goals. What are all these? These are policies and principles set by the, say, UN or various bodies, and then priorities set by the government, and thereafter finally by the regulator. And that you need to report. So first is whether we understand policy and principle or not. Answer is yes. We truly understand our role as a compliance professional, what are the policy and principle and how it is to be implemented. So that is one. Second comes understanding the business. Do we understand the business for implementation of the ESG in our system? Answer is yes. We understand the business. We understand better than any other person. Then third, stakeholder engagement. If I'll talk about stakeholder engagement, we are the person always talking to all the stakeholders. Shareholder से कभी बात कर रहे हैं, कभी creditor से बात कर रहे हैं, कभी management से, कभी grass root level पे, shop लेवल पे काम करने वाले एम्प्लॉइज से, कभी HR से, हर तरह के स्टेक होल्डर से वी यूज टू इंटरैक्ट. सो स्टेक होल्डर इंगेजमेंट वी कैन डू बेटर देन एनी अदर प्रोफेशनल. सो स्टेक होल्डर इंगेजमेंट, सप्लाई चेन, talking to the customers, entering into agreements and redefining the agreement and roles with our supplier and value chain partners. Again, our role is there. Setting a strategy, sitting in the boardroom, again our role is there. Implementation of those policies and implementing those into the say entire system, again our role is there. What I'm trying to convey here is that we just need to understand what is sustainability, what is sustainable development, what is our business, and how our businesses are impacting the environment and how it is going to impact the communities at large and stakeholders involved into it. That's it. If we will be able to understand this, if we will be able to understand and say imbibe into us, then definitely we are going to be one of the most important professional in setting the ESG strategy and goals of the organization and thereafter implementation of it. Now coming on to the second part, why ESG is important, why it's becoming important day by day. National policies are there, definitely. National priorities are there. 17 goals India has also adopted. Secretary at the concluding remarks has said that only 17% of the goals has been achieved so far. That is the brute reality. That means a long way to go. So that priorities are there. Every corporate is need to incorporate, imbibe and become the leader in say ESG sector and in its implementation. Investors. Everybody needs investment. And if investors are coming and asking nowadays that whether you are ESG compliant, whether you follow the ESG principle, if you are not compliant, whether there is a SEBI requirement of 1,000 companies or not, even if you are into the supply chain, your main company who is taking the supply from you will ask then whether you are compliant or not. I will source the material only for the company which is compliant. So sourcing will stop. So investor, कोई भी वो लेने जाते हो ना product, तो आप उसमें देखते हो कि recyclable है कि नहीं packaging. Colgate जो आता था वो अब what I'm saying that if you are following, it is not the regulatory compliance at all. It is necessity, it is need of the hour. Gradually, every company will have, is always standing there. We have the ESG and Sustainability Board. I'm fortunate enough to say lead this board from last 2 years. And in fact, I was just counting that what ICSI has taken the initiative. Fortunately, most of the initiative I was part, I'm fortunate to be part. Like when we started the ICSI Award for Excellence in Corporate Governance for BRSR reporting, sustainability report, I was the chairman of that particular committee. Then we have rolled out the syllabus, full paper, compulsory paper on ESG and sustainability. I happen to be the chairperson of the syllabus. Thereafter, we last year, through the ESG board, we have started ESG Catalyst and say Mission Life. This is just a propagation of the ESG and let the members understand the concept of ESG every day. Every fortnight basis, we some concept and circulate it to all the members. Then guiding principle on the stewardship code. Of course, it is a product of the ESG and Sustainability Committee. Guidance note on BRSR. And today we have released the FAQ on ESG. Friends, released. It will be hosted in the website of the ICSI within a week's time. Maybe say more editable version or a PDF version will come and then we will host. Some or other principle of
What are the key matrices, indicators do you prioritize to assess the effectiveness and the impact of sustainability strategy within an organization? Yeah, I'll repeat, sir. What key metrics or indicators do you prioritize to assess the effectiveness and impact of sustainability strategy within an organization?
Okay. See, I think we just discussed small portion of the ESG, that what is E and S and G and what is the sustainable development. The question is that what principles we need to incorporate. See, E factors, S factor and G factors is already given in the BRSR core. And if you go to the BRSR core, environment related factors has already been specified like carbon or like social factors has also been identified, and governance, what leadership is required in the governance, how the committees should be managing it, and all other things are there. As far as implementation and strategy planning is concerned, as I have told you in the beginning, that understanding the ESG landscape of that particular organization is very, very important and essential. And we will be able to understand that I'll give you a practical example, that my company is a manufacturing company, and if I manufacture, then definitely in the manufacturing activity, I am emitting some carbon, I am emitting some greenhouse gas, say emission is also there. And definitely if I am, say, operating a factory in that, say for example, hilly area or some other places, then local communities or societies are also going to be affected. So who are going to be impacted and what impact we are going to create on the environment? If we'll be able to, say, collate that particular data, if we'll be able to, say, collate all the information and data in regard to what impact I'm going to create, and thereafter bringing it to the table and fixing the priorities, that what is actually my ultimate goal, whether I want to, say, reduce it or completely replace the whole process, or what I want to do, because this is technically each and every step taken by the management or organization is having the cost also. It's not that easy that you will bring the proposal of the, say, ESG or doing some operational changes into the business or doing something which is very, very innovative in nature will not have the greater cost. It may have the cost which might not be viable at all. So while giving the proposal to the management, we as a ESG consultant or we as a, say, company secretaries, we need to evaluate, and in fact, that is why I always say that you need to have the business acumen as well as financial acumen, and of course, at the ground level, when we are going to implement this particular part, whether what impact it is going to create, that part also. So analyst mindset should also be there. All three taken together, then only you will be able to, say, bring this to the table for the strategic implementation of that particular proposal in the organization. There are multiple factors which is involved. I think Sujat may add into that. I think Sujat, you should.
Just to add these points, as the company matures, what they will start working in is that, under the E and under the S and the G, what are some of the strong metrics, not the, it's working, yeah. So companies will start specific goals, like in the environmental sector, okay, reduce the fossil fuel by next few years, right? Similarly, you're converting into electric energy or, focusing more on the circular economy. So they will have a short-term goals, medium-term goals, and long-term goals. And those becomes the metrics, year on year along with the baseline. And one more metrics, of course, is that, some of the organizations are linking the compensations as well. The executive compensation is also directly linked to these metrics. So unless and until this kind of a qualitative and quantitative, assessment is not done, I think things will not move. So that's also just a point which I wanted to add.
Thank you, sir.
Hello. My next question to Surabhi ma'am. How do we differentiate between ESG and sustainability in the context of corporate strategy and operations?
So I think we use both interchangeably. ESG, while ESG is typically denoted with what you are disclosing, sustainability is a larger framework. In sustainability, I would say your adaptation, mitigation, and resilience, everything comes. So when we are talking of corporate strategy and operations, whatever strategy you build in will only get operationalized. So if, I think every business has to assess what are the sustainability related risks that come, that their businesses have, and also find opportunities in it. And build it in the strategy. You should have a transition plan. As I said, you cannot escape transitioning to a lower economy, lower carbon economy. Now investors are asking for it, your shareholders would be asking for it. So you have to have a good, credible transition plan already built in. If you are hard to abate, if you are in a hard to abate sector, have adaptation and resilience. Mitigation to some extent can happen. In hard to abate sector, it cannot happen. So unless you put it in your core strategy, the businesses who are putting it in their core strategy are not just treating as a ESG compliance, will only thrive in this economy. So I think unless it's there in your strategy, whatever is there, you will have to, you will be able to operationalize. Unless you have strategy, it's very difficult. So it's how longer you want to stay in that game is what I would say, unless you will perish.
Just want to add, and I think let's understand very simply. ESG is basically, it's your scorecard. आपने एक टारगेट फिक्स किया, छोटे छोटे टारगेट फिक्स किए, and after fixing that target, how much you have achieved, and thereafter you are reporting in the BRSR framework. Whether that target had, what ultimate goal this particular target has at the, say, 2030 or 2070, that is basically sustainability. I am achieving the larger target by achieving smallest target. So ESG is basically milestone to achieve the ultimate goal. So you can say that sustainability is your, say, playbook, जिसमें कि सब कुछ करना है. And I'll give you one example of sustainability is circular economy. Circular economy, or say very broad concept which is planetary boundaries, wherein 9 say elements has been identified, like समंदर में प्रॉब्लम हो रही है, हवा में प्रॉब्लम हो रही है, गगन में प्रॉब्लम हो रही है, वाटर में प्रॉब्लम हो रही है, डिप्लेशन धरती में हो रही है. सो इस तरह से 9 चीज़ें आइडेंटिफाई की है, एंड दैट फाउंडेशन हैज आइडेंटिफाइड दीज 9 प्रॉब्लम्स. But why these 9 problems are happening and what is impending? Like ozone layer depletion is one of the problem. This is basically broader problem of the sustainability. Planetary system ही हिलता जा रहा है. So how to stop it? For stopping, you cannot say fix it in day or 1 day or 2 days. So what you will be doing? You will be dissecting into the various parts. जैसे कि ई का हमने बोला कि फॉसिल फ्यूल का रिडक्शन करना है, कार्बन फुटप्रिंट रिड्यूस करना है, नेट कार्बन जीरो होना है 2070 तक, से ग्रीन हाउस एमिशंस को रिड्यूस करना है. ऑल दीज आर बेसिकली ई फैक्टर ऑफ ESG. स्मॉल टारगेट, अचीव इट, go forward, achieve it, go forward, ESG. What ultimate goal you are going to achieve is sustainability.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Sujat, since you've been working in the corporate for many years, especially on the ESG, I want to ask a question. What is the role, what role can professionals play in embedding ESG principles into strategic decision-making process of organization? What are the primary challenges that are being faced, professionals like you in the ESG professionals sitting in boardrooms, in implementing and planning and implementing ESG initiatives, and what suggestions you would give for addressing those challenges?
Okay, thank you. Firstly, I just forgot to mention one aspect of it. When we talk about this ESG, every organization has a different maturity curve. So for some companies, they view ESG only as a reporting lens. उनका काम बस reporting करना है. So their mindset is reporting. And some of them think ESG as a compliance. I mean, that is actually not the right thing, but the compliance mindset is there. That's the compliance lens. Few of the organizations think that, okay, we will see what are the ESG risks for the company and how it will impact and all. So their lens is the risk management lens, right? And of course, there is another lens where they will be like, okay, we just need to get the things done because of our clients. Clients ke liye karna hai. I need to get the business done, right? But I think ultimately what is needed is how do you embed the ESG as part of our strategy, as part of who the organization is, as part of the values. I think that is a journey which has to be there. So, if you talk to a different company, they will all speak about different aspects. So I will not call it as a challenge. It's challenges maybe for the companies and maybe for the clients, but for the professionals, I would say these are all the opportunities. Whatever the challenges are there is an opportunity for the professionals like us. Of course, number one is the capacity building. A lot of companies, they don't know exactly. I mean, you all talk at fancy language at the boards and all, but the people at the floor, people at the shop floor, they have to understand what is this terminology, what is the safety and all those aspects, which we talk about. So number one challenge in the organization is that right from the board till the shop floor. I've been part of some of the boards where this kind of a conversation happens for the first time. Then they start, okay, we need to start a capacity building program. वहाँ से लेकर के नीचे तक. So that is definitely one challenge, but for us it's an opportunity. Two, even within the companies, it's all siloed environment. When you talk about ESG, there are so many departments are involved and everyone is doing something. CSR team is doing something, HR team is doing something, IT is doing something. But if you see the overall, the entire organization is there. And people work on different initiatives in a siloed environment, and they need one captain. I think that is one big challenge, another challenge, which you will see. Now, from a data reporting standpoint, imagine a company which is like some 100 factories and 50 offices across. How they will, collect the data. Financial reporting के लिए तो systems है. But for non-financial reporting, where are the systems? There are no systems. They're all just relying on people, Excel back to back and all. That's a big challenge. And today, the bigger challenge is data integrity. We are still not moved to assurance and all, but that's the challenge which is going to happen. So from a technology standpoint, resources bhi nahi hai. And of course, there will always be one big factor of naysayers who will always challenge, right? Ranjit may say, okay, we will invest on electric vehicles or we will invest on solar energy. One part of the person will say, boss, ye sab to theek hai, but mere ko numbers bhi karna hai. Right? So we need to get the numbers. The same director will tell कि numbers भी बढ़ाना है, and at the same time ESG score भी होना है. So some of these challenges will definitely be also there. So I think there are various challenges which is there in the organization where the maturity score is less. But I think that's the role exactly from a professional standpoint, which I've shared in my opening remarks, is that we need to start helping the board from a strategy level, from an implementation level, get all people together, form a committee, right? See what existing policies are. Nahi hai to okay, we need to build these policies. As this situation kahan pe hai, where do you want to go? You can't achieve immediately. So work on that 5-year plan, short term, medium term. I think that's a great opportunity. So if you ask me, it's like a proper consulting or any other initiative. So from that standpoint, professionals can steer the ship and actually help the company take through the ESG journey as part of the overall organization. It could be starting from a vision, values. It could be the strategic priorities of the company, right? And, working on the KPIs. Jab tak we don't really work on all these aspects, I think then it will be like a different lens only, whatever we may call. So I think these are the challenges which are there, but I think it will definitely take some time for the companies to evolve. Sudden in 1 year, you really can't, grow. I mean, the company will make a slow progress, like a maturity curve. From if you do an initial assessment study, yeah, this is also one of the area. Go and work for a company and say, boss, I'm going to give you a maturity assessment. Where are you today? Then talk about, okay, what is that you can do to move to the next level? And of course, professionals like us will help. So I think, these are all the various, the roles, and the topic is very vast actually. Short panel discussion will not be sufficient for this topic. Yeah.
Nicely explained. Now, concluding questions to Madam first and then all. What would be the concluding quick remarks and takeaways for us being a professional, focusing on ensuring that how the ESG disclosure would go beyond the requirement of the law? How we as a professional ensure this?
So, first of all, ESG can no longer be taken as a checkbox exercise, is what I would say. Because more and more investors, shareholders are asking for disclosures, and they are seeing disclosures. We are also expecting more integration between financial and non-financial reporting. So time is not far when the investors would start pricing your ESG related strategy or your progress on it in the pricing. So that time is not far. Checkbox exercise would not happen, cannot go longer. And I would say cost of inaction on sustainability matters would be real and rising. So please take it seriously. As I said, businesses who have sustainability as part of their core strategy rather than treating it as just a compliance obligation would be there and will be able to position themselves in this changing environment. Otherwise, they'll just perish. As a conclusion, I would simply quote the example of automobile industry. Today, if an automobile manufacturer is not into EV space, they will just perish because now more and more consumers want electric vehicles. So you have to reorient, and accordingly the change in compliance reporting also.
Just to add, I think, the value creation is important because that will be challenged after some point of the time. Is it adding to shareholder value? The valuation is increasing, share price increase ho raha hai kya? Bottom lines, whether it is increasing or not. But that is a challenge which will face. But if you really analyze over a period of a time, following sound environmental practices and all this will reduce the cost only. If you use renewable energy, your cost will go down. If you use EVs, your cost will go down. I think that's the approach. Same thing in the social practices, right? If you're, vendors, if you're workmen and all happy, the productivity will increase as well, right? Similarly on the governance. So at long run, I think the focus should be on whether the value creation is happening. And, at the end of the day, if your stakeholders are happy, right, naturally the organization will do good. I think that's the research which is happening. And I think if you see more research on that, then I think it is proved that sound ESG practices will also add value. I think that is what is absolutely required. Yeah.
I think I'll not take more than 2-3 minutes to conclude everything. As I have told you in my opening remarks, that everybody is watching. And if you want to create value for the organization, and in the era of valuation, I will say this is the era of valuation, and every second day companies are coming with the IPO and they are looking for the good valuation. कि FII आएगा तो कितना valuation देगा और institutional investors शुरू में आएंगे और angel investor आएंगे तो कितना valuation देंगे. So it's a era of valuation. कि किस कंपनी का IPO कितने प्राइस पे लिस्ट होता है, that is important, and even grey market premiums are considered. How these valuations will be calculated, that is most important, and these valuation will be calculated with the goodwill your product is going to create or your services are going to create, and if it is sustainable in the long run, it is not going to be disturbed by the say regulatory changes. कल को अगर मान लो ग्रीन हाउस एनवायरनमेंट पैनल या गवर्नमेंट की कोई पॉलिसी आती है और वो बोलती कि फॉसिल फ्यूल बिल्कुल आज से बंद, या कल को एक पॉलिसी आती है गवर्नमेंट की कि डीजल के व्हीकल सारे बंद और पेट्रोल के व्हीकल सारे बंद, ओनली ईवी एंड से एथेनॉल बेस्ड पेट्रोल व्हीकल्स विल बी से रनिंग. Whether you as a vehicle manufacturing company or you as a say exploration or supply of the say a supplier company of the petrol and diesel are sustainable or not. If you are sustainable, if you have the alternative business plan, if you have invested into that plan in the said timely manner, then only you will be able to survive and command the valuation. So in order to command the valuation, goodwill from the customers, investors, clients, supply chain partners, and even the society at large, and also the regulator. You need to command the goodwill. You need to command goodwill, then only valuation will be coming. So this is what the need is. Now coming on to the, Sujat has explained very elaborate manner that challenges. Yes, challenges are there, opportunities are also there. What we as a company secretaries are required to understand, again I am just for the sake of repetition I am saying, understand the concept of sustainable development, E, S and G, all three component, bifurcate it, understand it properly. Once you are able to understand, then go deep into it कि 9 प्रिंसिपल्स क्या हैं, BRSR कोर क्या है, BRSR में रिपोर्टिंग क्या है. आप रिवर्स स्टार्ट कर दो, BRSR से स्टार्ट कर दो, वहाँ से देखना शुरू कर दो, एंड देन रिपोर्टिंग में रिवर्स मत करना. रिपोर्टिंग में रिवर्स मत करना, अदरवाइज टिक बॉक्स करते रहोगे सिर्फ. बिकॉज रिपोर्टिंग रिवर्स करने का मतलब है दैट यू हैव नॉट डन द कंप्लायंस थ्रू आउट द ईयर, यू हैव नॉट फॉलोड एनी ऑफ द ESG प्रिंसिपल एट द थ्रू आउट द ईयर, बट एंड ऑफ द ईयर यू आर ट्राइंग टू मेक अप द रिपोर्ट. So that should not be done. So this is what my message is, that try and study. There are a lot of publication issued by ICSI. First one I'll recommend you, FAQ on ESG you read out, number 1. Number 2, BRSR का एक गाइडेंस नोट है हमारा, वो आप पढ़ लो. नंबर 3, एक BRSR का हैंडबुक भी है, वो भी आप पढ़ लो. और बहुत जल्दी गाइडेंस नोट ऑन BRSR वी हैव ऑलरेडी रिलीज्ड. बहुत जल्दी हम लोग एश्योरेंस पे भी एक गाइडेंस नोट लेके आने वाले हैं, और एक स्टैंडर्ड, हाँ स्टैंडर्ड लेके आने वाले हैं. सो दैट विल ऑल्सो बी देयर इन द टाइम्स टू कम with the support of all my ESG colleagues, sustainability board colleagues there. So friends, there is a lot of opportunity available in this field, and to sum up, I will say the opportunity as far as ESG is concerned, you can become ESG strategist and you can be part of the integration implementation process. You can be data analytics and metrics for say former. You can play with the data. ESG rating advisory is also another area where you can practice. ESG investment advisory is another area. Regulatory and compliance, making the report, submitting the report, and say making your company say ready to report all these things. ESG supply chain management, drafting of the report, and lastly providing the assurance to the company or maybe assessment. So these are the ESG opportunities available to the company secretaries. With this I will conclude. I think if any question is there, then we can ask. Yes, please.
I also wanted to add a word of caution, because you said don't reverse reporting. That managing numbers in non-financial report is as big a sin as fudging your financial statements.
Fudging your financial statement, yes. Greenwashing.
See, the essence of the discussion so far, what had happened is that we should not take the ESG or the sustainability reporting only as a tick box exercise. We should not take it as only for the sake of compliance, but we have to take it very seriously and all, right? For the top 1,000 listed companies, add-on date, BRSR reporting is mandatory, and assurance audits and other things are going to come in about a couple of years. Madam, what is your view? I personally feel that if the corporations or the companies have to take this ESG very seriously, by merely putting in the listing regulations and making the compliance officer responsible is not sufficient. SEBI has to mandate, the way we have audit committee, risk management committee, NRC committee like that, ESG and sustainability committee at the board level is to be mandated, and a ESG professional is also to be recognized as a key managerial personnel, and he has to be assigned with this responsibility. Then only whatever we are discussing so far can see the daylight. Otherwise, it is only confine our discussions to the conference rooms. What is your view on this?
I think we have fairly stated that, because we have said that you should have oversight at the board level. We are asking for disclosure from the director also. Despite that, if it is a checkbox exercise, then I would say it's not sustainable in a long run. Shareholders would question you. If you want easy and good money from investors, they would ask you questions. Holding the compliance officer responsible, I would not say, because you're responsible for ensuring disclosures and following the guidelines. But in most of the organizations, we say there are sustainability risk officers. We have, so while we have mandated oversight board level, we have also said that risk committee, which is again not at board level, but at a management level, they have to see the ESG matters also, because there are risks arising out of sustainability. In stewardship code, we have told the mutual funds to also engage with the company on sustainability matters. So I think we are ring fencing companies, bulldozing them, nudging them, whatever you call it, to take sustainability seriously. It is, again, as I said, cost of inaction is quite high.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam. I request everybody to take the questions personally with the speakers. They will be available because the time is up. We will need to close the session, please.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you to all our esteemed panelists for such insightful and thought-provoking deliberations. I now request the session moderator, CSR Venkataramana, Council Member ICSI, to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
Dear esteemed members attending this conference physically and also online, and my council colleagues, very good afternoon to you all. Friends, we had a wonderful panel discussion about the ESG. On this occasion, I would like to recollect the quote of Abdul Kalam ji. What he stated is, our growth has to be sustainable and also must ensure that it does not make environment non-livable for the posterity. So with this, we will come to know that ESG is not only environmental, social governance, but also ensuring sustainable growth or ensuring sustainable goals. Madam, in your address, you have stated that the SEBI is interconnected, not only for the financial statement, but also sustainability. National priorities have been taken care and to match with the global standards, to have the transparency and credibility. And you also suggested, advised that the board should ensure, company secretary should ensure that in every board there should be an agenda item for the discussion on sustainability. And the capabilities of the company secretaries should be developed, capacity building has to be made. In this regard, I would like to state that, madam, and for the benefit of all, ICSI has set up ESG board in the year 2023, and now under the leadership of Ranjit Pandey ji and other members over here, the ESG board is completely operating for identifying opportunities in ESG domain and also capacity building for professionals, exploring the possibilities of ICSI, setting up the sustainability principles and stewardship code. And in this initiative, we also made a lot of publications, as sir already explained in his this thing. And presently, we are also in the way of, as you said, for the the value chain, people engagement in the ESG. We have coming up with a publication on the MSME, the ESG development, BRSR reporting, publication guidance voluntarily, keeping on the ESG light. So we are coming up with that publication this year. And Mr. Sujat bin Ali, in your address, you told the stories, well-framed stories. And you told that, it is not only the story, it is a fact. But I feel myself, it's a story of yourself and Ranjit Pandey ji, because you are into ECS and Ranjit Pandey sir in PCS, who has developed their role in the ESG environment. And you also stated that to groom, capture, and engage ESG domain and platform for both PCS and employed company secretaries, an equal opportunity to be explored, and the ESG board is working towards that direction. And Ranjit Pandey sir, in your address you have told that the planet, people and prosperity. With your explanation and address, the impact on environmental community at large and society to be taken care, that makes a new definition of CS, compliance for sustainability. And sir, as you told, the citizens should be responsible, not only on the regulatory perspective, but also as a citizen social responsibility. We all need to take up the initiatives of ESG, see that it should be implemented. Thank you very much for your address, sir. Thank you very much, all the panelists, for your wonderful discussion. And at the last, I want to close with one this thing, sloka. Bhumi Mangalam, Udaka Mangalam, Agni Mangalam, Vayu Mangalam, Gagana Mangalam, Surya Mangalam, Chandra Mangalam, Jagat Mangalam, Jiva Mangalam, Deha Mangalam, Mano Mangalam, Atma Mangalam, Sarva Mangalam, Bhavatu Bhavatu Bhavatu. It means, may there be a tranquility on earth, on water, in fire, in the wind, in the sky, in the sun, on the moon, on our planet, in all living beings, in the body, in the mind, and in the spirit, in everywhere and in everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you, one and all.
As a token of our appreciation and gratitude, we would now like to present mementos to our distinguished panelists. For that, may I request CSR Venkataramana, Council Member ICSI, to present a memento to Ms. Surbhi Gupta. Please extend a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. May I now request CS Rajesh Tarpara to kindly come and present a memento to CS Ranjit Pandey. And finally, may I request CSR Venkataramana to kindly come forward and present a memento to CS Shujat Binali. Thank you once again to all our speakers for making this first technical session a deeply enriching experience.
Before we start this second technical session, an important piece of information. The applications for the ICSI National Awards for Corporate Governance 2025 are now open. Our second technical session, ladies and gentlemen, is on climate governance, SDGs, challenges, and solutions. And it will dive deeper into one of the most pressing global priorities of our time, climate governance. As we inch closer to 2030, the Sustainable Development Goals, or the SDGs as we know them, demand urgent and innovative action, and this session will confront those challenges head-on. Climate crisis is immediate and is connected with every pillar of sustainable development. Now, to lead this critical dialogue, I invite our distinguished panelists onto the dais. Dr. Atul Narayan Vaidya, Vice Chancellor, Lakshmi Narayan Innovation Technological University, Nagpur. CS Kaushik Mukherjee, Executive Director, CS and Chief Legal Officer, PCBL Chemical Limited. Dr. Garima Dadhich, Associate Professor, Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. And also joining on the dais for the session are moderators, CS Praveen Soni and CS Suresh Pandey, Council members, the ICSI. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I invite CS Praveen Soni to kindly greet Dr. Atul Narayan Vaidya, Vice Chancellor, Lakshmi Narayan Innovation Technological University, with a planter. Next, I invite CS Suresh Pandey to kindly greet CS Kaushik Mukherjee, Executive Director, CS and Chief Legal Officer, PCBL Chemical Limited, with a planter. And finally, I once again request CS Praveen Soni to kindly greet Dr. Garima Dadhich, Associate Professor, Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, with a planter. Thank you, everyone. And with that, I now invite the session moderator, CS Praveen Soni, Council Member of the ICSI, to introduce our panelists and take the session forward.
Good evening. Good evening, friends, ladies and gentlemen, all the dignitaries on the dais of the dais. 200 plus participants, though we have a few numbers present here being the last session of the day. But I believe that more than 2,500 participants present, attending virtually, they'll definitely get benefit of the session. Friends, this is as in the inaugural program director told, the program was initially conceived as a National Conference of Corporate CS. It was a thought process which came in mind in 2019. I went to the then President Ranjit Pandey sitting just before me. And he took the efforts and initiates, and then it was approved by the council, and we come out with this National Conference of Corporate Company Secretaries. And the change is the only thing which is static, and now it has been changed to the National Sustainability Conference. And last year it has been happened. So friends, this is something which we need to adapt it, and we need to continue with the same. And I believe this new mode of the conference definitely going to give huge amount of benefits to the professionals. Friends, as regards, I believe and I remember the morning special guest, Mr. Gaurav Vallabh, he shared his thoughts and views and informed that we are the one who has teach the sustainability to the world. So there is nothing which people should come and taught the sustainability to us. I remember very small initiatives, various steps which are taken by the people of India and very rural states where the sustainability runs in our blood. When we see the water conservation techniques, yes, they store the waters into rural areas. I have seen lively the water conservations into Amer Fort, into Jaipur, Rajasthan, wherein the entire fort was made in a way that the water conservation dam was there, and it was stored in a complete covered, in a killa, basically fort, wherein the entire yearly water was available. So initially the first rain water was thrown away, then later on they store in a small pond, then a small, and finally the filter water goes to the water reservoir. So that kind of techniques were there. If you go to the small villages where the low water is there into Rajasthan, I have seen personally again, let's say Bikaner and Jaisalmer, there people store the rainwater into their own water tank made into the home, and they use that rainwater throughout the year. So that is again a sustainability for the natural water storing. We have seen the traditional forest management techniques, the crop rotation wherein the soil properties are maintained, and the different crops offered a series of range of essential nutritions. So these are certain things which we have learned from the historical. Again, the oxygen-friendly trees has been planted on the highways so as to avoid the harm of the pollutions coming from the automobiles and the vehicles. Again, the eco-friendly rituals and festivals are being celebrated into the country at different places by different names, be it Baisakhi, be it Makar Sankranti, Pongal. But these all festivals are basically promoted to sustainable agricultural practices and express gratitude to the nature. You would have seen the drip farming wherein the water has been given to the plants in a very drop method so that the less amount of water is used and the maximum amount of water losses was there that have been avoided now. Again, the framing of the plants with the plastic foil that gives them less amount of energy with a less amount of water and good amount of energy basically, so that they grow with a less amount of water and they don't destroy it because of the heavy sunlights and all that. We would have seen in the family practices when the kitchen waste are used as a compost, and even the small thing that when we are preparing tea into the home, the used tea leaves, that is just washed by the mother through the water and then kept it into the plants. So it gives an alluves and energies to the soil basically, and it works as an compost to the plants and to give them help to grow the plants. Again, the animal manure, and these are also used as a compost. The vegetable propagation, they also maintain the soil sustainability. Gaurav ji also quoted about the old clothes that has been used into the villages as to make rugs and quilts. Again, the broken pottery which are reproduced as a planters. I believe you would have seen the rock garden into Chandigarh that is made of the same things only. And again, sometime when the fruits are there, cut are there into the homes, families, the remainings is not thrown into the dustbin. They are used to given it to the animals or cows so that it can be usable and they can get feed out of that, which is actually sustainability initiatives. Again, when we see the cow dungs, I have seen a 5-star hotel resort into Rajasthan wherein the cow dung and the yellow sand, these both have been mixed and they are used as a painting to the 5-star hotels and rooms, and they give in hot summer a cool room, cooling environment, and again into the winter it gives a hot environment. So that is the natural properties of the cow dung and the yellow sand, which gives a very healthy, sustainable solution to the properties, and that is by using the traditional practices. If we see in offices also we are using printings, and if the paper is not used completely, we keep it in a side to print on the second side of the paper also. And in spite of that, if it is used, we use this paper at home to give rotis to the cows and all that. So that ultimately the paper is used and we are making less use of amount of the papers and all that. We would have seen the yoga and Ayurveda techniques. Again, the Jain and Buddhist philosophies, they promoted non-violence, and that's why they are giving minimum hazard and harm to the environment. I would like to quote one interview of our Honorable President of India, Draupadi Murmu ji. I seen it, and she was saying that when her father was bringing the wooden from the jungles just to make and cook food, and these were dry wooden basically, but still before putting them into that chula for cooking food, they were offering a prayer to the God. Throughout your life, you have given fruits and leaves to us which were useful for us, but now you are dry, you are of no use. Still there must be some keet, patange, kida, something would be there in you, and now I am offering it into the fire. So by mistake, knowingly, unknowingly, I am killing some living creatures, and that's why I am offering my apologies to the entire world. So this is the interview which I have here. Listen this from Draupadi Murmu ji. I think this is really, it runs into the blood of the Indian people that yes, the sustainability is there, and we are following it since ancestral times, since thousands of years. The only thing is that we need to improve it and we need to take it to the next level. Friends, as regards the topic is concerned, the climate governance, SDGs, challenges and solutions, we do have the good amount of speakers with us, and we are definitely going to have a benefit of their sessions. I would like to introduce them for the formal sake so that we are on the same path of the session. First, Dr. Atul Narayan Vaidya. Atul ji holds B.Tech degree in Chemical Engineering from Lakshmi Narayan Institute of Technology, Nagpur, and M.Tech in Chemical Engineering from IIT Bombay. He obtained PhD in Chemical Engineering from RTM Nagpur University, and he has over 34 years of extensive research experience in environmental science and engineering, especially in waste management. He also actively worked for the Stockholm Convention, UNFCCC, and Minamata Convention. He has also experience in biotechnology and technology demonstration. He has a vast experience of handling more than 200 projects relating to the environmental issues in the various industrial sector. A warm welcome to you, sir. Next speaker is Ms. Garima Dadi. She is Distinguished Associate Professor at IICA leading to the School of Businesses Environment, Center of Business and Human Rights, and Center for Responsibility Business Advisory. A visionary in corporate sustainability, she has been pivotal in advancing ESG, CSR, and business and human rights initiatives through the innovative guidelines and strategic partnerships. An active member of SEBI's current ESG Advisory Committee, she also mentors top government officials and corporate leaders with the credentials from ILS Law College, Pune, and Queen Mary University of London. Hello. Queen Mary University of London, Harvard Extension School, and recognition as a sustainable finance analyst by the World Sustainable Finance Institute. And she has authored influential work including demystifying ESG benchmarking, ESG and CSR Ready Reckoner. We warm welcome you, madam. The last one is Mr. Kaushik Mukherjee, a proud Xavier and a national scholarship holder in BSc Honours, is a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, member of the Institute of Company Secretaries of India, and Chief Legal and Executive Director of PCBL Chemical Limited, the largest manufacturer of carbon black in India. He has an experience of more than 31 years in the corporate world, and he is visiting faculties for various management institutes, including adjunct professor in VGSOM, IIT Kharagpur. We welcome you, sir. We welcome you all the three faculties. I'll take the session now with my co-moderator, Suresh Pandey, and we'll inviting you all the three panelists for the initial your markup on the topic, and thereafter we'll take up with the question answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Praveen ji. Now I request each panelist to kindly give their 2 minutes opening remark for the topic, and then we'll take questions. So 2 minutes or 5 minutes, sir, it is up to you, sir. So I request Dr. Atul Narayan Vaidya, sir, to kindly give his opening remark. So you can give it from there also, sir.
Very good evening, and I know it's last session, that too prolonged, delayed. It's torture to attend such sessions, and I will not add to your torture. I could have finished in 2 minutes, maybe 1 minute also. All the time allotted was 10 minutes. I'll quickly sum up the points, and I'll be mostly technical on that, because commercial business part, all CS, they know better than me. Now, first thing, ESGs are basically 17 ESGs, and I can tell you that all CSGs are basically interrelated. They come in, they are entangled this way or that way. Because I happen to sit on certain committees of UNO and all related, UNEP and UNDP, and so that, IPCC also. Europeans have a tendency to fractionate the things, and therefore you are getting 17 ESGs. They are all entangled. Mostly targeted for the Asian countries, South African countries, South American countries. Nevertheless, principles are always good, you have to follow that. So we have to follow and try to achieve that. Number two, climate change. Because these are all sustainability, climate change. I will go one by one quickly. Climate change, there was a time when in 2000, when Kyoto Protocol and these things were on, there was a school of thought that it's hoax. There is no climate change, nothing is happening, global warming is not there. Yes, to some extent, you can, now it's a fact, it has been accepted all over that climate change is happening. You can debate on the extent, whether it will be 2 degrees, whether it will be 3 degrees global warming or 6 degrees. But the scenarios after 6 degrees of change are very, very bad and gloomy, because they say that it's a turning point. So where the entire thing is upside down. And that is fact. All models, all theoretical things and all our engineering practices indicate that if it is more than 6 degrees Celsius, there will be huge upheaval, system will be topsy-turvy. If it is 4 degrees Celsius, yes, scenario will be bad, but then we can manage. So our job is to try not to stop it entirely. Our job is to restrict it to less than 6 or less than 4, because that will be tolerated kind of target. So never mind, you are actually stopping global warming, don't mind. Technically speaking, it's far, far impossible, not exactly improbable, but then very difficult. But now it's a time to target some temperature levels which are reasonably good, which are practicable. So our entire technical business and all modules are to be centered around. I leave it to you. What are the impacts of climate change? Everybody knows that intense, you can say, incidents, events, then all allied things, stormy conditions, everything. And basically, technically speaking, as an engineer, 4 or 6 degrees rise in the global or room temperature, it has long-term impact on all materials, whether it is construction, whether it is any engineering material, and therefore you have to adopt that by designing climate. Today's materials may not be durable in coming years. Maybe they are the best today, but they are not, you are taking certain room temperatures in your designs. So technically speaking, we must aim at the climate resilient materials. Automatically will be, and obviously if something goes wrong, if it is a physical, nature is the supreme, so we can't do anything more than sustaining that physically and mentally. But we should be prepared for engineering and technological things. Next thing is that we are talking of sustainability, and very good definitions were given in earlier session. The crux of the whole issue, technically speaking, is a simple diagram where you are as a living being. All living beings do this, but man is exception, human being. We do it excessively. We have to utilize all natural resources, including energy. No exception. Whether it is my day-to-day life or whether it is industrial activity or service, you have to exploit natural resources. You have to process natural resources to convert them into useful products or services, for which energy and other things are required. And while getting the desired product, you cannot avoid waste generation. It is second law of thermodynamics which compares. Those who are from science background and especially engineering background, they can understand second law of thermodynamics puts restrictions on any natural spontaneous process to be 100% efficient. You will be always wasting some material or always wasting some energy. So wasteless processes and technologies are utopic. You can approach them but can never achieve that. So we are left with 3 basic things: resource management, process management or processing management, and waste management. If you can take care of these 3 things, your sustainability, you can approach sustainability goal. And how to do it in technically, there are a lot of things. Obviously, I spent 34 years in NERI. I retired as director of CSR NERI. I know each and every angle of that, but this is not the time to get into all those details. But basically, a resource, your processes, and your wastes. These are the 3 things which you have to focus to attain sustainability primarily. And going beyond the compliances, which has been discussed, and I fully agree with that. Company secretary is in very influential key position in any management. It's not only compliance, like for 2-3 examples I'll quote, and you have a lot of things to read between the lines in the regulations. Everybody knows that. Our solid waste or plastic waste or hazardous waste regulations, everybody is complying to that. It says many things which are actually you don't comply to that. Like you have to have interaction with labor department, municipal corporations, many government agencies, but we are just bothered about the end of the game regulations and compliances. So we have to look into that. And if you look into that, automatically your sustainability goals one way or other will be achieved. Then going beyond the compliances is that reporting, I am not expert in, I will not, but I can tell you that what is going beyond the compliances. Simple example, I will not take much time. Our wastewater treatment norm for long have been, it is now reduced to 10 BOD, but BOD is a parameter which determines the quality of the or bad quality of the wastewater. You have to treat your wastewater to 30 BOD and release it. That was the norm, which was followed rigorously by many industries. It is a compliance, but it is not compliance to the sustainability, because everybody starts with 0 BOD, converts it into 200 or 500 BOD, treats it back to 30 BOD. So finally, ultimately, your resource is getting 30 BOD, not 0 from where it started. So day by day, are you depleting the resource or spoiling it? Spoiled resource, technically speaking, is a deteriorated or gone resource, depleted. So compliance and sustainability are basically aiming at the resource recycle, not only compliance. Now we talked about circular economy, we talk about waste management, waste minimization. Circular economy per se, unless you upcycle, it has no meaning. If you are downcycling, like plastic bottles converted to plastic sutli, it's one and the same thing. It is extending the life of that plastic. So we have to take a holistic look at all our resources, product, circular economy. There are many technical ways to do that, and you have to see that most of our resources used are to be recycled back to original position, which is utopic, which is very ideal. We can try to approach that. That is real sustainability. Compliance reporting, it will keep on happening. And all these things, like for example, simple example, we are all working on EV. As an environmentalist, I will say, yes, it's good for a while. What we do with the battery waste, which will be generated after 20 years. What are the resources which are used for battery making itself? They are very precious resources. So coal power plants may turn out to be better than the batteries. I am not saying that, but then it is just possible. You have to look for life cycle assessment. That is the key to sustainability. I am talking of, because it's a 30, 40 years, nobody is going to take it in 1 or 2 years. But CS people should be technically very sound if they want to really get rid of all the riddles of the sustainability. Finally, I will say that the sustainability is in our culture. One last example which I very much like. It is about the sharing of the resources, utilizing the resources to the minimum possible. Renunciation has been the key word in our all texts, Vedic texts. We have to reduce our needs. That is the only way for sustainability. But sharing the resources, one last example, you will also like it. There is a saint in Maharashtra, Ramdas Swami, who was Guru of Shivaji Maharaj. He used to stay in a big fort, Gad, they say, it's a very high, and there was a river flowing that. And one night, Ramdas Swamiji, we call him Ramdas Swamiji, so he observed that there is no drinking water in the Gad. So he was just taking right of his disciples, अरे कैसे लोग हो आप, इतना नहीं समझता, पानी नहीं रखे आपने यहाँ पे. तो one of the disciples who was fearless, his favorite disciple, was, what is there, Swamiji? I'll just go down the Gad and there is a river, I'll get the water. It was almost midnight time. So he said, no, none of us are going to die without water in the night, but night time is, nature has reserved it for the use of animals, not for human beings. So don't go early morning, after sunset, human beings are entitled to use river water. That is the sharing of the resources along with all One Health thing, nature. That is a very good example of sustainability, how we can think of sustainability. And last, if you are technically sound, if you understand, for example, I told you resource, processes, and waste. If you have detailed data on that, if you can fractionate your all industry into processes, what are the resources, how they are going back to resource or waste management, if you have everything mapped, I think you can comply any damn regulation in the world if you have this data with you. And people like us are there to support you to get that, how to get that data. I'm not publicizing me. I'm now beyond that age now of making consultancy and all that. But yes, in the good faith and as a good environmentalist, we are there to support you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for such an insightful discussion. And you rightly pointed out, sir, that company secretary should be very technically sound. So thanks a lot. Now I request Dr. Garima Dadhij ma'am to kindly give her opening remarks. Please give a big round of applause for Garima ma'am.
So, very good evening. I also appreciate that I have to be very precise, but at the outset, let me thank the organizers for organizing this wonderful conference on such an important topic and inviting me. It's a pleasure to speak to all of you. I represent, I'm from Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, particularly from School of Business Environment, and why I'm telling this is that we are also doing the similar exercise, and just on 11th of this month, we signed an MOU also with ICSI, so I'm so glad that, now we can work together and take this momentum further. Now, I'm a hardcore academician, though I'm at a MCA's think tank. So I'll begin with what is actually climate governance. The panel title says climate governance. What is climate governance? Now, in academic terms, the climate governance refers to the technical norms, systems, institutional mechanism through which organization engage with climate risk and opportunities. You will see more or less, all the sustainability related terminology definition ultimately ending up with the risk and opportunities, right? And there are so many new jargons coming up in India as well as globally. Corporates do come to us that, what is this new thing now came up? But the essence remains the same, right? And I'll just touch upon it very briefly, that it encompasses board level oversight, risk regulation, disclosures, culture building, and long-term scenario planning. So when we see, there are some very simple terms which we can always associate with sustainability: long-term value creation, reducing your, mitigating your risk, finding new opportunities, having a strong business case, fiduciary law, stakeholder theory, environmental regulation, and then we have frameworks, disclosures, and all that. So in very simple terms, it is organizational nervous system of a low carbon transition. We know that our country, our Honorable Prime Minister has made certain statements to achieve net zero. So this enables the firms to anticipate the planetary tipping points, align their decision making, and I'm emphasizing on the word decision making, which means your finance also, right? The financials and non-financial are no more two different things. So align it with those ecological thresholds, as sir was also highlighting, Dr. Atul, about biodiversity aspects and sharing the resources. Maintain their social license to operate in a climate-constrained economy. Now, what does this mean? This is a simple definition. For business, it simply means a shift from a compliance to climate intelligence, right? Which means integrating both your physical and transition risk into the governance structure, right? And what does that mean? That means, you have your mitigation targets to performance metrics. So you need to integrate that. One can't have just targets if you don't have a KPIs and the ways to achieve that, right? Embedding the adaptive capacity into the supply chains and the operational models. And this is very, very critical for our country. And I quote the Global Climate Risk Index 2025, where India has been ranked as the 6th most affected country globally due to the extreme weather events. So why I'm highlighting this is that, there is an urgent need right now, and we have a good history, as in the inaugural also this was highlighted, that we have been doing certain good things. So let's, strengthen the same behavior. Let's have, do it more frequently, those specific practices. Now, these structural exposures are further compounded by the regulatory, financial, and the social shift. And I will just quote few domestically how India has introduced several key regulatory developments. I'll just share 4 important points here. First is the Carbon Credit Trading Scheme, which is known as CCTS under the Energy Conservation Act. Now, what is this scheme? In very simple terms, this scheme incentivizes emission reduction, okay, by enabling entities to generate, to trade, and to use carbon credits, which means there are trading happening, you know, and we know that Indore municipality has already set a benchmark for that specific example. Then we have RBI's Green Deposit Framework and draft guidelines on climate risk disclosures. What this says, this in simple term, it says to mobilize funds specifically for environmentally sustainable projects. And the banks and the financial institutions, they are offering those green deposits, which is used for green climate friendly initiatives. We have enhanced BRSR core requirement, which already the first panel has deliberated in detail, and scope 3 accounting. So I hope we are aware about scope 1, 2, and 3. So that talks about indirect emissions in the value chain. And it talks about both upstream and downstream. Upstream means more suppliers. Downstream could be more from, you know, disposal, production, transportation, and all that. So this is what we already have. You know, I'm just highlighting these very, very interesting schemes which all of us should know. Then we have a pipeline of policy action on circular economy, and again, Sir has beautifully highlighted but circular economy is a very, very scientific concept, you know, and there are ways to achieve that, so I'll not touch upon that. Energy efficiency and particularly also environmental due diligence. What is that? Any due diligence means it's a systemic assessment, right? So we are doing a systemic assessment of environment risk, liabilities, and compliances. So this is what we already have, such a, you know, various regulations, policies, and all. Now I'll just touch upon very briefly about, you know, global mechanism. So you should know at least these terminologies. I just thought in brief what I can rework and talk about. So we have, it's more driven by EU, right? And we know that EU was leading like very aggressively. Now they are not very aggressive, but still there are a lot of things coming from there. We know what Trump has said in US and how it is impacting. So many times corporates come to us and ask that, is companies still talking about sustainability? And I tell them very frankly, we are doing this service that there is not even a delta minus in doing the sustainability initiatives, okay? The only difference which personally I felt that earlier the businesses and everybody was doing it and telling it loud and clear that we are doing it. Now they are silently doing it. Their work is telling it. They don't have to say by words. That's the only difference. So we have EU Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. You must know again these important things. CBAM. What is CBAM? I'll not take much time, but it's basically a carbon tax on importing goods, you know, to prevent carbon leakage. What happens that, you know, some particular jurisdiction, they have a very light regulations on these aspects. So those companies go to that location, manufacture it there, and then import it to their own country and sell it. So to prevent that carbon leakage, EU came up with this CBAM. Then we have a CSRD, which is Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive. This is again a comprehensive, standardized, and audited sustainable disclosure. And what is the aim? The aim is to again improve the transparency, comparability, and reliability of ESG information disclosed, right? So even in the BRSR, the intent was that only that, you know, we should get some data to do some research and take further action or guide businesses or regulators, anyone. Then we also have something called CSDDD, Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive. What is that? Again, adopted by EU to make large companies responsible for human rights, okay, that's again a new term, and environmental harms in their global value chains. So which means you can't just ignore your value chain, you can't just violate human rights, you need to balance work-life balance. There are many aspects, so I'll not go in detail about that. Then we also have something known as science-based targets. What are those science-based targets? In short, they are the greenhouse gas emission reduction goals set by the companies. So this is just a brief overview. And I feel that, at IIC also we have been doing it. We have recently launched the Certified Corporate Climate Leadership Program. We are doing ESG programs. We also do conferences. Intent is very common, right? To build the capacity, of the businesses, of all the professionals to understand. And as mentioned again in the inaugural address, the company secretary plays a very, very critical role. Now, company secretary being a KMP or in the board meetings, the first important aspect is that, they are somewhere, they guide the board. So I often say this, and I'm opening my own statement. So they are the board advisors, wherein they ensure that the board is climate literate. They know these terminologies, they believe in these concepts, and they align, their framework with national, international framework like TCFD or say BBRSR or SDGs, as sir has mentioned. And there are multiple SDGs which you can link it with climate governance, so it's all interrelated. Then as a compliance officer, you monitor compliance. So you have to monitor the environment-related laws also. And that doesn't just mean, we often say that the national guidelines on responsible business conduct starts where the law ends, okay? So the businesses are not here just to ensure the compliance. They need to go a step forward and adopt those best practices. That is why there are leadership indicators, essential indicators. So that gives you a chance to lead by example, right? Then you are also as a policy integrator, disclosure steward. You have a session tomorrow on stewardship, so which is overseeing the robust reporting. Then very importantly, risk manager. You need to help assess the climate-related financial as well as reputational risk, right? And integrate them into the ERM framework, Enterprise Risk Management Framework. We provide a lot of, our inputs or consultancies on this aspect to the corporates. Then Sustainability Committee Facilitator, you have to play that role, coordinate board level committee or ESG committee, or ensure that, climate action is regularly reviewed. So it's not just a policy which we make, it has to be reviewed. And last but not least is the stakeholder communicator. So you need to even engage with multiple stakeholders and take the agenda forward. And I'll just end by, again, I had a little bit longer time initially, but as mentioned in the morning also that the legal actions are also increasing in this space. So according to the climate change litigation as was quoted, and there are case laws like in Dutch court or the German court, they have established that the corporate climate inaction can be legally challenged under even a tort law or a human rights law. And also, in 2024, the Supreme Court of India ruled that the right to be free from the adverse effect of climate change forms part of Article 21 of the Constitution. So that's again a very, very important, that now it is coming under the fundamental right to life and dignity, right? And we all what we are breathing, and particularly who came from Delhi, right? So this jurisprudence has placed a constitutional responsibility on all of us, to ensure that our actions do not contribute to irreversible environmental harm. So let me conclude with this, that the climate is no longer an externality, it is a strategic risk, it's a governance responsibility, a financial exposure, and a constitutional issue. And company secretaries are just not compliance professional, they are certainly the conscience keepers of the corporate climate ethics. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you very much. And you rightly pointed out that company secretaries are board advisors. And you mentioned about their duties, that they should basically educate the board of directors about the sustainability and ESG. And with the duty, it is new opportunities for the company secretary. Thank you so much. So now I request our third panelist for his opening remark. So please give a big round of applause to CS Kaushik Mukherjee ji for his opening remark.
A very good late evening. In fact, if I correctly recall, 7:30 was the time to start the cocktail dinner, right? What a coincidence, you know. And also, since morning I was hearing, and you know, it's like you are a patient in ICU, all doctors are coming and talking about you. Because I come from a chemical industry. And I know what is happening on the ground largely because I work for a conglomerate which has power largely coming from thermal, coal-based. I come also from a corporate which is the largest carbon black producer in the country and the 5th largest in the world. And carbon black, for your information, goes into the manufacturing of tires and in the process does produce greenhouse gas, CO2. So here is a person who has joined the company as a management trainee and now in the executive director level and has seen how conglomerates are addressing this. On one side you have brilliant academia. You have my practicing company secretary friends. You may be having ITS, but here is a core manufacturing industry who is telling you what really is happening on the ground. But before that, fantastic selection of the venue. In the morning, it's like coming to my family. Why? Because I'm a member of this institute for generations. My father had been a member. I'm a member. I still look forward for my younger daughter to do CS some point of time. She has done her law. So this institute is very close to me. I come to my family, so I can't say anything but thanks for the invite. Now coming here, why I'm saying that fantastic selection in the morning, Manish was telling me we could have thought of Delhi and Gurgaon. Think of Delhi and Gurgaon. Many of you would have been wearing masks. One of the most polluted cities in the world. And we are talking of climate action. We should definitely select something like Udaipur. But again, this day has been a day of jargons. In the morning we had DJ AAA. Then we had 5 R's. Why should I be short of anything? Let me do EESG. Any idea? The last ESG is known to you all by this time. I'm not going to talk of it. I'm just going to talk of the first E. Can you throw some light on this E? I will not take more minutes. It is economy. Why? Because if you don't have that, you don't have ESG. Believe it or not. You need profitability. That's it. You like it? I like it. Because if you see, my friend Ranjit said in the morning 3P, he used a smart word, prosperity. I use a blunt word, profit. I say people, planet, profit. You don't find in SDG the word profit. In 17 SDG goals, you don't find the word profit. Is profit a bad word? No. Think of the first SDG. What it is saying? No poverty. What is the second SDG saying? Zero hunger. Where from would you achieve this? In a country like India, it will only come from those 7,000 listed companies, maybe 500,000 to 2,000. Only they can do a large part of this. And that can only come from profitability. End of the day, business of business, if I say, is to do business, people will throw, wow, what are you talking of? You are going back to the age of Milton Friedman? the Nobel laureate of America, who said business of business is to do business, it still holds good today. Business of business is to do, which I say, it's my tweet. I'm not a Nobel laureate, neither I will be ever. But I say business of business is to do sustainable business. That is what we are doing today. In a chemical industry like us, enormous challenges. I mean, just hearing in the morning, so many things are being spoken. Let me give you 2-3 examples you'll understand. We import crude oil. We have to. That's our business, Ranjit rightly said in the morning. You don't bring proposals to the board which doesn't make any meaning. Sir, we cannot produce carbon black. Then what would you do? That's the business what you do. And what is the raw material for that? Crude oil. Do you have a substitute right now, right here? No. You don't have. So you import crude oil. Where from do you import? US Gulf Coast. Because I need 60 metric tons. That's my production. Now, that 60 metric tons was coming fine by Red Sea. Now there is a chaos in Red Sea. You can't bring oil through Red Sea. I hope you are aware of. I hope you are aware of. How are you bringing that oil? Through Cape of Good Hope. How many days oil you are burning? Plus 12 days. When I tick my tick box in that, if I put scope 3, that downstream, madam was saying, somebody would jump on me. Hey, your emission level has gone up. Look at me. Scan at me. In India, the problem is we always use the same whip. Mind my saying, same whip for the good, bad, and the ugly corporates. And that is the problem. I have to import oil through the Cape of Good Hope. I have to pay that extra freight. I have to pay that extra emission. My scope 3 will go up. I can't stop. At the same time, I have to do emission reduction. Why? Because today I have to be doing sustainable business. Why? The why is because enormous pressure from perhaps many of us have not used this word, let me bluntly use it, from the foreign institutional investors. Madam is sitting here. It is not at the Indian institutional investors yet. It is the foreign institutional investors like the BlackRock, like the Fidelity, like the Vanguard, like the Great Berkshire. They will say, I will not touch you. I will not invest in you. Show me what you are doing. So look at my pressure. Once I have to import, I would have emission. 2, I have this kind of pressure that I have to be showing them I am doing something, otherwise they will not invest. And if they don't invest, you know what happens, my market cap goes down. So these are challenges again. Am I getting any benefit by doing this? Really not speaking. These are all words, ma'am, please. Green bonds, getting money at lower interest rate. Where is the structure? Do the audit, find out the details. If they are doing, give them the credit. We don't get credit for what we do. That's the pathetic part of the system. The companies are taking initiatives. They're bound to. I give one more example. People talking of renewable energy. What is renewable energy? Wind, solar, hydro, biomass, solid waste. What I am doing? I'm not doing. I'm fossil fuel burning. So what is the charge on me? What is that you are putting on me? 39% of the consumption of energy that I'm doing, I have to buy from renewable sources. Think of the cost. Mandated on me, not only me, chemicals, steel, cement. The corporates are already under immense balancing game they're doing. They're under immense pressure. Emission reduction, climate action, there is no option now. We have to do, because on one hand, these are the challenges. On the other hand, the government regulation is putting this kind of regulations on us. And with all this, still, you have to have the S factor there. And what is that S factor? Happy employees. There cannot be any strike, there cannot be any lockout. The culture of the organization, the ethics should be strong. So here is a patient which is doing everything within the means to possible to do. Then you have no end to this. The great VUCA world that we are going through, and the great Trump that we are all facing. Even today, we don't know if I'm exporting to US, what will be the tariff tomorrow? What will be the import tomorrow of tariff? I don't know. But I'm an export-oriented company, I'm an import-oriented company also. I don't know at both ends what will happen to me. That's the world we are facing. That's a VUCA world. That's a hugely uncertain world. There are now responsible consumption and responsible production you are talking of. Corporates are bound to be responsible in their production today. And this is because of the simple fact they are also finding opportunities in this. I tell you how. When we dipstick, and we are compelled to dipstick because of enormous pressure of emission reduction coming from the various forces, we went into a lot of investments into research and innovation, which has never been an area in the past. Let me tell you, Indian corporates hardly used to invest in R&I. Hardly. You study the amount of patents that has come to India in the last 5 years and the last 20 years. How is it coming? Why the Indian companies are doing so much R&I today? Because there is a kind of pressure on reduction of emission, on improvement of yield, on improvement of productivity. And they are investing today and investing without even knowing what will be the outcome, because any investment of this nature is a trial and error method. And I would say again, no large corporate, large investor in that corporate will try to do something unless he finds an ROI into it. So getting that ROI is very important, but getting that ROI in a research and innovation is not possible. But today they are doing, this is a positive part of it. And this is giving a lot of benefits to the corporates. They are finding, somebody was saying in the morning, now all these initiatives that are happening in the ESG are not costs only. They give a lot of opportunities as well. And these opportunities is something that the corporates have to more and more find out. On one hand, incentivize them. The ratings of them has to match. Few days back, NSE has done a ratings of various companies. How many of you seen? I don't know. NSE had a random rating of all companies. All companies came out with their ratings, but without mentioning the very important rating, which is E. They are all giving the complete ratings. NSE has done a ratings of both E, S, and G. But companies were disclosing only the net rating, which was maybe 65, 70, 76%. But if you do a ranking of that rating of the manufacturing companies, you will see most of them is below 50 in E. And it is bound to be. It is bound to be. You can't compare an ITS company with a manufacturing company. You can't compare a software company's E with a manufacturing company's E. The whole ballgame is different. The whole scenario is different. And therefore, they thought of, okay, let me not disclose this, I will disclose the full amount of E. But again, these are certain things which the corporates are, before I end, I tell one thing, we are a country highly regulated. The corporates are the milking cow. I give a small example before I end. Think over. A profit-making company paying good amount of dividend to stakeholders, keeping employees happy, keeping vendors happy, paying tax, looking after the society, doing CSR 2%, average 2%, whatever the figure. And then additional what can be? Any idea what additional amount can be? Donations 5%. Add on 7.5% Political contribution, add-on. What is the amount coming to? 7.5 plus 5, 12.5 plus 2, 14.5. Think of 14.5 in one hand. I'm just saying extreme case. On the other hand, tax. You still think that good
assessment of that. You can be transparent, you can answer any question, number one. Number two, 100% compliance theoretically is not feasible. Forget about that. On paper you can tick, then again it's a checkbox method. But I will give you one example of checkbox method which is very common in environmental field. That just to comply the analysis of waste, there are 76 parameters of waste and all companies go to some consultant and all boxes are nil, nil, nil. Whether it is concerned with, for example, if your industry is not using mercury at all, why you should say nil? Or why you should say below detectable levels? Out of 76, you may be concerned with 30. That is transparency.
Correct.
Otherwise, experienced person like me can easily catch hold whether this report is manipulated or it is true report. One more thing, a good engineer and good intelligent examiner can easily go through your balances and see whether everything is manipulated. It's very easy with some experience. But I would advise that you design your matrix, take the help of good consultants, not Atul Vaidya, but anybody who is in the field. Make a matrix in such a way that you have data with you to answer that. Unfortunately, data is not monitored, so auditing and monitoring is the best practice. And real data is to be with you. I am not saying disclose everything. That is company policy. CS can take a good decision on that. But if time required, you must have data and your committee should be comprehensive committee. Put 2-3 critics in your committees. They will help you out. This is a simple answer to that.
Thank you. Suresh bhai, you can take up the next question, please.
Yes, sir. I would like to take a very important question and I request Dr. Garima,
Tadish ma'am to answer this question because it is very relevant for the industries. So what are the main challenges basically the Indian companies are facing in meeting climate and sustainable development goals and what solutions have worked or failed so far, ma'am? Because kindly share some examples or that what companies are facing.
First of all, the businesses has to understand that this is for a long-term strategy. That's, I think, one of the important aspect, and it requires an enterprise resilience, right? So the integration must begin with the governance, and it flows through the operations. There is a need for capital, so the capital allocation has to be there, and also the focus on the value chain. Now, if I just tell you like 4 steps how businesses can actually integrate climate change adaptation, the first one being climate double materiality assessment, which is aligned with the frameworks like TCFD and all that, ISSB climate standard, which is standard 2. That basically helps to identify the climate risk, whether it's a physical, which means a flood or an earthquake, or whether it's a transitional, which means it could be a carbon pricing regulation. So one need to identify most material risk, and that varies from sector, geographical location, business model, as also shared an example from a chemical industry. So this assessment requires a board validation. So that is the first step. And it has to be a scenario informed. The second step the businesses has to do is that they must design climate resilient business models, which means integrating this energy efficiency or circularity or clean technology or emission reduction into their core value, creation. Here I can again say that this requires compliance with this science-based targets, which participate in voluntary or compliance-based markets or BRSR also. The third is that the climate considerations has to be embedded into the risk management, into your procurement, that's again an important aspect, into your product design and your capital expenditure planning, right? And this, again, the SEBI BRSR core requires companies to disclose, sustainability related KPIs in their audited filings also. And finally, the last step is that businesses must institutionalize board level oversight. And there the company secretary again has a huge role. So the board level oversight of climate risk, which means, the board is involved into that. And as I mentioned about the latest Supreme Court judgment also. So I think these are some of the specific steps that we have been guiding to the corporates. And as I mentioned, it's a very, very sector, business model or geographical location specific. So one need to customize this as per their own business model.
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am. So I request Dr. Atul Vaidya sir to
I just wanted to add one thing that, again from technical side, not from the governance. When you say, I want to have CO2 mitigation or CO2 reduction, carbon footprint, normally people think in one line. Especially my friend can always, chemical industry. It's not only the photovoltaic or solar energy which is the answer to CO2 mitigation. In industry, we use electrical power for a lot of heating purposes where even you don't cross temperatures like 60 and 70. So if you convert all your basic heating elements into solar operated, solar supported, expenses are much less and you are saving a lot of CO2 footprint. But we always go for one solution. We don't go for integrated solution. And I am working on very small solar equipments for small process applications, where you don't have to have boiler or you don't have to put in a lot of energy, only heating energy. And overall it will save 30 to 40% of carbon emissions. This is the way. You cannot have single solution, you have to have integrated solution. That's all I wanted to add.
Kaushik sir, you want to add something on this point?
I would only like to add that, as Dr. Atul rightly said, what the chemical industry, for example, the industry I'm coming from, we are doing, taking a clue from what you said. You see, in the process, as I said, we produce a lot of CO2. And this was the case prior to 2003. When 2003, the Electricity Act came, it allowed you to sell power. Please understand the regulation is bringing that law. Earlier, the amount of greenhouse gas we used to generate, part of it we used to use for captive consumption. Gas converted to steam, steam through energy, electrical energy. Now, when this power came into play, we found an opportunity in this. So, a risk converted into opportunity. How? Because the regulation allowed you to sell power outside. Excess power you can sell. There's no way you can, at that point of time, now there is a storage also possible. At that point, there was no point you can store power. So we had to just incinerate it in the air, and it used to create pollution. But we were compelled to because we had no other opportunity. But the law regulation helped us, and we started producing power from waste gas. And today, all of our plants have parallelly set up cogen power plants, meaning we are producing power from the waste gas. It is helping me in two ways. One, we are the first company in the carbon black sector. Ma'am, you spoke of carbon credits. First company, Kyoto Protocol. We were the first company, and this is recorded fact, to get carbon credit because we converted waste gas into energy. And then we were allowed to sell it to the grid. And later on, we are allowed to sell it even to the individual power purchase producers. Today, as I'm talking to you, 122 to 150 megawatt of power is being sold by our company, PCBL Chemical, taking all the plants together. How is it helping? It is reducing drastically the emission. At the same time, it is helping me to earn revenue, profit. At the same time, it is offsetting the fossil fuel power, the thermal power, because I'm also giving part of it back to the grid. So see, this is how you convert a risk into opportunity with the help of regulation. Now this is something very important, and let me tell you, this is not I'm done something, just about teen maar diya aur koi nahi kar raha hai. No, everybody is doing.
Yes.
Everyone, every carbon black producer are now having a power plant side by side. So these are all initiative steps which you can take as company secretaries. I think we have bit of internal hesitation in going out from that compliance-driven role. We don't want to go out of it. A ship is safest in the harbor, but that is not where it is supposed to be. I was told long time back by one of my ex-managing directors. So that is very important in life, that these are areas of opportunities for us which we can do. And somebody said CS can be even look into technical things. I agree. You don't have to be an engineer, a chemical engineer, or even a civil engineer or a constructional engineer, whatever kind of an engineer, to understand these things. Your urge to know, your questioning, your asking, specifically the questions will enable you to understand what is really happening on the ground. Because the broader picture, Ranjit is not there, he said, the basic you should be having knowledge, what I am going to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So now it's time to take questions from the audience. We'll take 2-3 questions from there. Anyone interested? Yes. So now it's time to conclude the session. So. So on behalf of ICSI and on behalf of all the participants present here, physically and virtually, I would like to express my gratitude of thanks to all the panelists available here. So before the formal vote of thanks, I would like to conclude the session because we have discussed about the role of government, we have discussed about the role of corporates, and we have discussed what company secretaries can do and contribute for the sustainability. So, Dr. Atul Narayan sir has rightly pointed out that company secretary should be technically very sound, because जब तक हम लोग technically sound नहीं होंगे, we cannot educate our board कि क्या है carbon emission kya hai, carbon credit, and how we can reduce the emission. So that is very important, and sir has rightly pointed out about the basically resource sharing, कि किस तरीके से शिवाजी महाराज के जो गुरु थे उन्होंने बताया कि रात को नदी से पानी आपको नहीं लेना, वो एनिमल्स का टाइम है। तो अतुल सर, मैं यहाँ पे एक बात और बोलना चाहूँगा, बिकॉज गौरव वल्लभ सर हैज़ ऑलरेडी मेंशन्ड इन द इनॉग्रल सेशन दैट सस्टेनेबिलिटी इनटू आवर ब्लड, और इंडिया सस्टेनेबिलिटी में बहुत सालों से, जब से हमारी सभ्यता शुरू हुई है, जब से हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं, तो सस्टेनेबिलिटी का, जैसे सर ने एक एग्जांपल दिया, एक एग्जांपल मेरे दिमाग में भी आता है कि हम लोग बचपन से घर में शिव जी की पूजा करते आए, और सस्टेनेबिलिटी का पार्ट हमें तभी से पढ़ाया गया कि व्हाट इज सस्टेनेबिलिटी। अगर आप शिव जी को देखें तो ही इज़ वेयरिंग द स्नेक्स एज ऑर्नामेंट, और उनके जो बेटे हैं कार्तिकेय, उनका जो वाहन है वो मोर है, पीकॉक है। तो फूड चेन में पीकॉक मोर को खाता है, लेकिन शिव जी के परिवार में ऐसा नहीं होता। एक स्टेप और आगे जाएं आप, शिव जी गले में सांप पहनते हैं, उनका दूसरा बेटा गणेश, जिनकी हम पूजा करते हैं, उनका वाहन है मूसक। तो फूड चेन में मूसक जो है वो सांप का आहार है, लेकिन शिव परिवार में ऐसा नहीं होता। सस्टेनेबिलिटी अगर एक स्टेप और जाएं तो शिव जी का वाहन है नंदी, और माँ पार्वती का वाहन है सिंह। फूड चेन में सिंह जो है उसका आहार बैल है, लेकिन माता का जो वाहन है वो बैल को नहीं खाता है। तो दिस इज द एग्जाम्पल ऑफ सस्टेनेबिलिटी इन आर रूट्स, आई कैन टेल यू। और हम लोग जब बचपन से चीज़ों को देखते हैं, तभी से हमें सस्टेनेबिलिटी सिखाया जाता है। हमारे यहाँ पे पेड़ों को भगवान माना जाता है। आज भी अगर किसी के घर में चाहे दीवार में पीपल का पेड़ उग जाए, तो उसको काटने से पहले वो 10 बार सोचता है कि कहीं ऐसा ना हो कि कुछ बहुत बड़ा हादसा मेरे साथ हो। तो ये चीज़ हम लोगों को समझाई गई, एंड दैट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट सर। और अगर मैं सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात करूँ तो 3 लेवल्स पे या 3 स्टेजेस पे हम लोग सस्टेनेबिलिटी को डिस्कस कर सकते हैं कि हमारी कंट्री एज अ होल सस्टेनेबिलिटी के लिए क्या कर रही है। और मैं सभी कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज़ को, सभी प्रोफेशनल्स को, सभी पैनलिस्ट को, जो भी लोग हम लोगों को ऑनलाइन सुन रहे हैं, उन सबको कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट करना चाहूँगा कि हमारी कंट्री डे बाय डे सस्टेनेबिलिटी की तरफ आगे बढ़ रही है। और कल ही हम लोगों ने इंडिया का पहला हाइड्रोजन इंजन, जो रेलवे इंजन है, पहला इंडिया का हाइड्रोजन इंजन की सफल टेस्टिंग भारत सरकार ने करी है, और इसके लिए आप सबको बधाई। अभी तक जो कंट्रीज़ में हाइड्रोजन इंजन मतलब यूज़ हो रहा है फॉर द रेलवे पर्पज़, क्योंकि ज़्यादातर जगह पे तो इंडिया में इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन हो गया है जहाँ पे बिजली से इंजन चलता है, लेकिन कुछ जगह पे, जैसे अगर आप डलहौजी की बात करें, शिमला कालका रेलवे की बात करें, वहाँ पे बिजली की तारें नहीं पहुँची हैं। तो वहाँ पे अभी भी हम लोग वी वर यूज टू यूज़ द डीजल इंजन्स फॉर द रेलवे, बट हाइड्रोजन इंजन आने से 60% एमिशन हमारी सरकार कम करेगी। बहुत बड़ी लागत लगाई सरकार ने इसकी डेवलपमेंट पे, लगभग 80 करोड़ का खर्चा एक इंजन पे है, लेकिन सरकार इसको कर रही है। पहला इंजन कल बना है और 35 नए इंजन हमारी सरकार बनाने वाली है। उसके बाद मैं बात करूं जो एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट अचीवमेंट है भारत सरकार की, टेल यू दैट इज़ इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस। ऐसा पहला इंटरनेशनल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जिसका हेडक्वार्टर भारत में है, गुड़गांव में। तो मोदी सरकार ने या भारत सरकार ने या एज कंट्री एज अ होल ने रेगुलर काम किया है। हम लोग क्लाइमेट गवर्नेंस अचीवमेंट मना रहे हैं, सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं, और भारत का ये टारगेट था कि 2030 तक हम लोग अपने पेट्रोल में 20% एथनॉल मिलाएंगे, लेकिन भारत ने 5 साल पहले उस टारगेट को पूरा कर दिया। तो गवर्नमेंट इज़ डूइंग लॉट ऑफ एफर्ट। और मैं बात करूं अगर कि व्हाट कॉर्पोरेट्स आर डूइंग, तो आई हैव लॉट्स ऑफ एग्जाम्पल अबाउट इंडियन कॉर्पोरेट। मैं टाटा पावर की बात करूं तो टाटा पावर लार्जेस्ट रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी है, जो 5 गीगावाट के प्रोजेक्ट पे काम कर रहा है, जो सोलर पावर जनरेट कर रहे हैं। टाटा स्टील ने ये बेसिकली एक प्रण लिया है कि 2045 तक वो कार्बन न्यूट्रल हो जाएंगे। मैं बात करूं इन्फोसिस की, जो 2020 में ही मतलब अपने ग्रीन बिल्डिंग को और कार्बन न्यूट्रल हो चुका है। तो आईटीसी का एग्जांपल भी हमारे पास है, जिन्होंने 15 साल पहले अपने आप को जीरो कार्बन के गोल पे पहुंचा दिया। और अगर हम बात करें कि व्हाट कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज और व्हाट प्रोफेशनल्स कैन डू, तो बहुत सारी बातें हम लोगों ने सुनी, हम लोगों ने आज समझी, और गरिमा दधीच में हमने उसको बहुत ब्यूटीफुली कवर किया कि व्हाट कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज कैन डू इन सस्टेनेबिलिटी। तो सस्टेनेबिलिटी सिर्फ कंप्लायंस तक या सिर्फ टिक बॉक्स अप्रोच तक सीमित नहीं है। अगर आप प्रोफेशनल हैं तो कंप्लायंस के रिस्पेक्ट के अलावा ईएसजी की पॉलिसी ड्राफ्टिंग, पॉलिसी फ्रेमिंग, उसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन, उसका डाटा कलेक्शन, उसका असेसमेंट, और फाइनली उसकी रिपोर्टिंग में सब जगह हमारा रोल है। तो आज का सेशन इट वाज वेरी इंसाइटफुल डिस्कशन आई वुड से, और इतना अच्छा हम लोगों को मंच मिला। डॉक्टर अतुल वैद्य सर, ही इज सच अ मतलब ग्रेट पर्सनैलिटी, गरिमा मैम और बनर्जी सर, सब लोगों के लिए जोरदार तालियां। और इन तालियों की गूंज इतनी होनी चाहिए कि हॉल ऐसा लगे कि हॉल भरा है। तो एक बार जोरदार तालियां। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू सो मच ऑल द पैनलिस्ट, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
जैसे मुझे बैनर्जी बोल रहे हैं, भाई मैं मुखर्जी हूँ, थोड़ा वो ठीक कर दो, ठीक है? थैंक यू, कोई बात नहीं।
A heartfelt thank you to all our panelists for such a powerful and purpose-driven session. We absolutely acknowledge your valued presence today, and we'd like to present a small token of appreciation from the ICSI. May I invite CS Suresh Pandey to present a memento to Dr. Atul Narayan Vaidya. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I invite CS Praveen Soni to kindly come forward and present a memento to Dr. Garima Dadhich. And finally, I'd like to invite once again CS Suresh Pandey to kindly come forward and present a memento to CS Kaushik Mukherjee. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a huge round of applause for our esteemed panelists and for the wonderful session. Thank you once again, all our panelists and the audience for making this session valuable. We now move forward for not another technical session. We now move forward for our cultural evening. We'll be starting that in another 15 minutes. Stay tuned. Just a quick reminder, tomorrow we start at 10 a.m. sharp.